You know, also with background courses, so voter background. Because they have. Can you like poster? He doesn't know.
Maybe I know about it.
I mean, yeah, they asked, they told me, but I don't know.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our participants from Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. And good evening to our participants from the Philippines and Singapore. Yes. Welcome to our day 3 of our webinar online training course on International Certification Program for Quality and Durable Concrete. Yes, to start off our webinar, let's have time for invocation and singing of the national anthems of Bahrain and the Philippines.
Put ourselves in the holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, thank you for all the wonderful things you have done today. Thank you, Lord, for your unconditional and everlasting love. In spite of our sinful pride, you still shower us with many great blessings. You're the source of all wisdom, talents, and skills. We humbly ask for your forgiveness for our sins. Have mercy on us, O Lord. Lord God, you are the greatest engineer. Please infuse us even with just the tiniest spark of your divine wisdom so that As we do our work, it is really your work that is done. We lift up to you our speaker to provide him the wisdom and knowledge. Send us your Holy Spirit to be our guide and give us the wisdom to understand every topic that the speaker is going to discuss. May this webinar bring success and growth to all participants. This time of pandemic, Lord God, grant healing to the sick, eternal life to the dead, and consolation to the bereaved families. We pray that an effective medicine to combat the sickness be speedily found. We pray for the relevant governments and health authorities that they take appropriate steps for the good of the people. All this we pray through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Yes, and to continue our webinar program, to present the webinar objectives and house rules, please welcome Engineer Omar L. Kitan.
Good afternoon everyone. Magandang buhay po sa inyong lahat. Our webinar objectives. This webinar aims to discuss the importance of ACI certification to individuals working in the concrete industry, specifiers and owners and employers. With an ACI certification, individuals can prove their ability to work with concrete, demonstrate their skills for advanced placing and testing techniques, and earn more opportunities for jobs. These certifications include testing, inspection, and construction specialist programs. For the house rules, number 1, we have a registration, rules in joining and tagging out of the webinar. Number 2, video, audio requirements, rules on video and audio. Number 3, interactive question and answer portion. We have rules also on discussing participation. Number 4, assessment and feedback. We have also rules on obtaining certificate of participation. And number 5, copies of lecture, rules in obtaining copies of the presentations. For the registration, rules, only authenticated users verified through cognitive forms can join webinar. Facilitators will verify him/her on the approved list before allowing him/her to join. The program will be open 10 minutes before the scheduled start for all participants to join the meeting. However, participants panelists can still join if she loses internet connection. Participants are required to label their first given and family name. For example, Juan de la Cruz as their meeting ID. No aliases, no acronym, no nicknames are allowed. Otherwise, facilitators will remove the said participants. For the number 2, audio video. The audio video of all panelists and participants shall remain muted to avoid unnecessary noise, so as not to disturb both the speaker and the moderators. The attendees shall only hear the speaker during his/her presentation. The video of all participants shall remain off during the entire presentations. Participants promoted as panelists may refer to the next rule. The video of all panelists except speaker and assigned panelists for live discussion shall remain off unless he notifies us permission from the moderator host through chat box. Once permitted, she can switch video audio on and switch off later. For the number 3, question and answer, participants shall raise questions through the Q&A button, only found below the screen, and will be discussed during the live discussion or at the question and answer portion. Participants may also use raise hand during the presentation and question and answer portion. The speaker may not entertain his/her question in addition to the pre-selected 3 to 5 or as many as time follows. Question raised in the question and answer button, host will unmute his/her audio afterwards. Note that we will only entertain questions related to the current topic, otherwise will be advised to serve the question during the question and answer portion. Other questions may be sent directly to the speaker's email and will be addressed later. For the number 4, assessment and feedback. A poll evaluation and post-test must be answered by all participants as proof of their attendance. The following poll shall be answered by the participant and should acquire an overall score of at least 70%. Speaker and program evaluation, 10%. Test question, 5 per topic, 15 items, 90%. Overall score, 10 plus 0.9. This is the parameters, how to get the 70%. Post-assessment dependent speaker evaluation will be submitted before leaving the webinar. Participants who fail to submit any one of the above will not receive certificate of participation. A full evaluation and post-test must be answered by all participants as proof. Only certificate participant attendance containing or successfully passed attended webinars will be given at the last day of the webinar or upon availability of the PRC CPD accreditation, and shall be emailed to the participants. Post-assessment tests carried out per webinar shall not be the accumulated score acquired from all post-assessment tests. For example, when De La Cruz obtained failing score on the third day, his certificate will contain only 3/4 successfully attended webinar and entitled for CPD approved for 3 sessions only. For number 5, copy of the presentation, assessment and feedback, sorry. Participants will, the copy of presentation will receive the copy of the presentation by email after 3 days of each webinar session. The lecturer speaker may wish not to share important documents, details such as standards license to him, her only. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Omar. And officially welcome us open this webinar program. For the opening remarks, please welcome Engineer Gina G. Orozco.
Thank you, Grace. Benin SG used to say, never stop learning because life never stop teaching. Good afternoon, everyone. Our resource speaker, Engineer Artemio Talon, our panelists, PICE Bahrain Board of Directors 2020, technical consultants from Mixed Solutions who will come later at almost 2 o'clock, previous PICE Bahrain speakers, Engineer Eugene Turalba, Engineer Emil Imbil, and Engineer Rodel Pumperada, participants from PICE Kuwait, in Singapore, Philippines, and Bahrain, and for those who just joined, a warm welcome to all of you on our third session of our webinar. Your continued participation made this webinar possible. Today, we will be learning a new topic, concrete non-destructive testing, which includes pulse velocity test, rebound and rebound hammer test. And for the non-destructive test, which includes concrete core, pull-out test, and load test. Maybe some, or if not majority of you are already knowledgeable about this topic, but to hear from an expert is a great privilege for us to compare what we already knew and what has been updated. So I hope that at the comfort of your own seat, you will pay attention to the speaker who will share to us his knowledge, because at the end of the session, there will be question and answer, live discussions, and a poll post assessment. Once again, a hearty welcome to all of you. Stay safe and God bless. Back to you, Grace.
Thank you, Gina. And to introduce our speakers and panelists, please welcome Engineer William Angelo T. Connell, Jr.
Thank you very much, Grace. And good morning, good evening sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. And first and foremost, I'm going to introduce our board of directors as panelists for this webinar. And our panelists are Engineer Leticia Sibilia, Engineer Renato Boncanto, Engineer Joseph Patrick Kusal, and Engineer Gerardo Burgos. And now, for our introduction to our speaker, a Master Trainer in Civil Inspection at the Technical Higher Institute for Engineering and Petroleum, and with the designation of Management Officer UMS ISO 901 and 215. For over 8 years, he trained around 5,000 Saudi technicians that joined the technical workforce for the kingdom in civil inspection and materials testing as part of the kingdom's nationalization program that led to a consistent 98% passing rate for DHIEP and the government's assessment. As a trainer and examiner of the American Complete Institute, ACI, certifications in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain for complete testing, inspection, and quality management for the last 5 years. He trained and assessed over 3,000 QC engineers, inspectors, batch plant managers, and laboratory technicians that led to their certification and resulted to increase in their company's business value, job security and tenure, and above 70% proficiency during promotion, selection, and hiring, in addition to increased overall self-confidence in their job performance. Since 2013, he has been an active lecturer and resource speaker in engineering conventions and webinars at KSA, specifically at King Fahad University of Petroleum and Minerals, PICE Jeddah, Riyadh, and Eastern Province, and then Bahrain for PICE Bahrain chapter. He considered 8 research studies and concrete, aggregate, and soil-based materials. He presented his technical papers in high performance concrete as the principal author in 9 international concrete conference organized by Bahrain Society of Engineers in 2013. With 20 years of experience in the academy, he was an engineering faculty and researcher at the Isabela State University and Technological Institute of the Philippines. He conducted 2 research projects in engineering physics in PIP, and he was awarded as having the best portfolio and outcomes teaching and learning state university, that is an elite. And he was able to maintain its record as the top civil engineering school in Cagayan Valley. And without further ado, our speaker, Artemio T. Talon. Sir, Engineer Artemio T. Talon. Hi. Morning. Sir.
Hello po, good afternoon po. Thank you, Engineer William, for that kind introduction. And
Great. So, Art?
yes po. Grace?
Yes, we can hear you both po.
Okay. Hello po sa mga participants natin galing sa iba't ibang chapters. May Singapore pa rin ba, Ma'am Grace? Singapore?
Yes po, I think so. Pasok pa din po.
And of course, Bahrain. How about Kuwait po? Meron po?
Pero po, nasa 51 po yung participants natin
Ayun.
na naka-login. So, yes po.
Yeah, bali, ano po tayo ngayon? May slight modification po sa mga topics natin dito sa day 3. I included also the destructive testing. Bilang po ng destructive testing kasi bago lang po itong non-destructive testing na certification ng ACI. So, ang ginawa ko, kumpletuhin natin yung existing na certification, which is the concrete strength testing, destructive. Because this is a requirement when you are going to take the certification for quality technical manager.
Excuse Sir Art,
Yes po.
medyo mahina daw po yung volume.
Sandali po. Tagal ko yung yung...
Okay na Sir Art.
Okay na po?
Okay na po.
Yeah, now okay.
So as we have a slight modification on the topics, which is the inclusion of the destructive testing. There are 4 standards for the destructive testing and 2 standards for the non-destructive testing. So to start with, I want to show you my slides. Share. Okay. So this is our day 3. We are going to discuss concrete strength testing, and we will be covering destructive and non-destructive testing of concrete. Okay. So in part 1, we are going to discuss 2 standards for cupping of cylinder samples. And for part 2, we are going to discuss the compressive and flexury strength of concrete. Compressive for the cylinder samples and flexury strength for the beam samples. And for part 3, these are the ultrasonic pulse velocity and rebound hammer for the non-destructive testing. Okay, so again, for those who are new in this webinar, we have 4 steps to get certified. Of course, for step 1, we have to find the program you need. Again, this is already the program concrete strength testing technician. And the previous 2 Fridays, we discussed the field testing and the aggregate-based testing. And then the testing location, we can go to your location in Bahrain when the borders of Saudi Arabia will be open for travel. And preparation is what we are doing now, and of course, take the exam. So what are the standards that we are going to discuss this afternoon? We have the 617 and C1231. These are the standards for cupping cylinders. C39 for the compressive strength, C78 for the flexure, C597 for the ultrasonic pulse velocity, and C805 for the rebound hammer. Okay. So again, we also have questions after each standard, so that you can get a free copy of the standard for this afternoon. Okay. Yes. So to start with, we are going to show the video for the first section of this certification programs. Hopefully our internet will be good for the duration of the programs. Okay. Ma'am Grace, nandyan ka? Pa-check lang kung
Yes, sir.
check lang kung may sound itong video, no?
Late po.
Video demonstrates the proper procedures for capping the
Yes,
ends
may
of a
sound.
hardened concrete.
Okay. So this is the first standard of the concrete strength testing that will be covered in the certification. This is C617, cupping of cylindrical concrete specimen before compression. So I will play now.
Cylinder or drilled core with sulfur mortar. The ends of a cylinder or core can be capped with sulfur mortar when they do not satisfy the specified requirements for plainness and perpendicularity. The compressive strength of the mortar must satisfy the requirements found in Table 1. Compressive strength shall be determined on receipt of a new lot of mortar and at intervals not exceeding 3 months. Do not use any material that fails to meet the appropriate strength requirement. The thickness of the hardened cap must also satisfy the requirements found in Table 1. Empty and recharge the melting pot with fresh capping material to ensure that the oldest material in the pot has not been used more than 5 times. When capping cylinders having a compressive strength of 5,000 psi or more, do not reuse material recovered from the capping operation or old caps. When heating sulfur mortar, the melting pot should be placed under a hood so that fumes can be exhausted to the outdoors. Be advised that it can take several hours to completely melt hardened sulfur compound. Further, take care to keep moisture away from the molten sulfur throughout the capping process. The equipment needed to cap a hardened cylinder with sulfur mortar includes an alignment kit, a melting pot kit, and several measuring devices. An alignment kit can include the following items. The alignment device ensures that a sulfur cap will be plane and perpendicular to the length of the cylinder. Mineral oil applied with a brush helps prevent the sulfur from sticking to the capping plate. A putty knife and mallet can help loosen a cap from the capping plate. A melting pot kit can include the following items. Sulfur compound is heated and liquefied in a melting pot. While it is preferred that the melting pot have peripheral heating, it is required to have automatic temperature control. The temperature of molten sulfur is monitored using an all-metal thermometer. Molten sulfur is stirred and poured into the recess of the capping plate with a ladle. Several measuring devices are used to inspect the alignment device, uncapped cylinder, and hardened sulfur cap. A straight edge and feeler gauge are used to determine if the capping plate and sulfur cap are plane. A square, scale, and depth gauge are used to inspect the alignment of the guide bar and check for depressions across the end of the cylinder. Calipers are used to measure the thickness of the hardened sulfur cap. Optional tools include a steel file, grinding pad, burlap, towel, duct tape, chisel, and hammer. On occasion, the condition of the capping plate and alignment of the guide bar should be inspected. The surface of the capping plate shall be free of gouges, grooves, or indentions that are greater than 0.010 of an inch deep or 0.05 of a square inch in surface area. The surface must also be plane. This can be verified by using a straight edge and 0.002 inch feeler gauge. Next, use a square and the scale to confirm that the guide bar is within 1/2 degree of being perpendicular to the capping plate. One-half degree is approximately equal to 1/8 of an inch and 12 inches. For video production purposes, this practice is demonstrated using an air-cured cylinder. Prior to capping, examine both ends of the cylinder. Begin by placing a square along the side and across the end of the cylinder. Position the horizontal edge of the square so it rests on the highest point of the uncapped end. Using a gauge and scale, determine if any depressions exceed 1/8 of an inch in depth. Should this depth be exceeded, cut, lap, or grind the end prior to capping. To ensure a cap bonds properly with the smooth end of a cylinder, it may be necessary to slightly roughen the end with a steel file or wire brush. Finally, remove any material or coating from the end of the cylinder which might interfere with the bonding of a sulfur cap. In preparation for capping a cylinder, heat a supply of sulfur mortar to about 265 degrees Fahrenheit. To check the temperature of the molten sulfur, insert the thermometer near the center of the mass. During the capping process, check the temperature of the mortar about hourly. While the sulfur compound is melting, warm the capping plate in an oven. Begin the capping process by placing the warmed capping plate into the alignment device. Next, dry the ends of moistured cylinders enough to prevent the formation of voids larger than 1/4 inch in diameter within or under the cap. Continue by applying a light coat of mineral oil to the capping plate. Immediately prior to pouring the cap, stir the molten sulfur with the ladle. Then, carefully pour a sufficient amount of molten sulfur into the recess of the plate. Now, position the cylinder in contact with the guide bar. While maintaining contact with the guide, lower the end of the cylinder into the molten sulfur. Hold the cylinder in this position while the sulfur solidifies. Using a putty knife, remove any sulfur that may have solidified along the rim of the plate. To loosen the cap, it may be helpful to strike the plate with a mallet. The cylinder can now be removed from the capping plate. Repeat these steps in order to cap the opposite end of the cylinder. Once capped, moist-cured cylinders should either be wrapped in a double layer of wet burlap or returned to moist storage until tested. Each day, prior to being tested in compression, the caps on at least 3 cylinders are to be inspected for plainness and hollow areas. First, use a straight edge and 2/1000 inch feeler gauge to verify that the surface of the cap is plain. Check the surface across a minimum of 3 different diameters. Next, tap on the cap with a coin or metal object to detect any hollow areas. Repeat these checks on the opposite end of the cylinder and document the results. If the surface of the cap is not plain or hollow areas are detected, remove and replace the cap. Each day, after being tested in compression, the top cap on at least 3 cylinders is to be inspected for maximum and average thickness. Begin by covering the top cap with duct tape. Next, remove the cap from the cylinder. A chisel and hammer can be used to separate the cap from the concrete. Recover at least 6 pieces of the cap material. Select these pieces at random from the entire area of the cap. Confirm that each piece is completely debonded from the concrete. Using the caliper, measure the thickness of each piece and record these values to the nearest 1/100th of an inch. Then, identify the maximum thickness, compute the average thickness, and compare these values to the limits in Table 1 and document the results.
Okay, so that ends the video of ASTM-C 617, copying of clinical samples. I-open ko lang yung yung. So, bale, ito po yung technician workbook ng ACI certification na mapapanalunan nyo mamaya. Ayan. Bibigay ko na rin sa inyo na kasi pandemic naman. Di ba, sir? Pero dapat mag-exam kayo para naman may tawag doon sa Arabic, may faida naman. Pag walang mag-exam, pakifaida itong pinagpaguran ng POD ng Bahrain. Dapat may mag-exam naman kahit isa o dalawa. Sir Gilbert? Opo. Kung walang mag-exam, dadayunin ko kayo ni Ma'am Grace. Kayo ang papa-exam ko. Exam. So, bali ito po yung standard natin. Nakikita niyo po, Yan. Yan, ito. So, bali ito yung reader's note na tinatawag namin. Yan, kung makikita nyo, 4 na standards ko ito. Itong concrete strength testing na destructive. Kailangan mo itong certification to bago ka makakuha ng quality technical manager. Napag-usapan natin yung day 1, field testing, tapos strength testing, ito nga, tapos mag-flat work ka, flat work technician, and quality technical manager. So yung mga QC dyan, quality controls, at saka yung mga matataas ang position sa precast, dapat makunin nyo itong quality technical manager. Ito yung isang requirement. Ipakita ko lang sa inyo yung yung notes natin. Pero request ko lang sa inyo, into yourself by huwag niyo pong i-upload sa mga websites para ayan. So usually, ang mga standards na nakita nyo naman sa field testing technician na standards, yung standard na number from 1, 3, 4 until sa reporting. So yung exam gaya ng field testing, distributed siya, distributed throughout the standard. So makikita nyo dito na may mga ako dito, may mga notes ako dito. Compilation ito ng mga notes kasi maraming version ng exam. May data bank kasi yung ACI mismo. So usually dito lang umiikot yung mga question. Yan. So balik tayo sa discussion dun sa video. Kung mapapansin nyo, meron tayong mga cutting devices or dun sa apparatus. Maraming mga kailangan yung sundin, mga tawag doon.
There's little salunay.
Measurements na kailangan yung kailangan masunod. Bawa yung verticality ng yung cylinder pag pinesto natin sa testing machine. And then also yung mapapansin nyo kung kanina, ang daming mga procedures sa dalawang end. So sabi natin nung day 1, as much as possible yung end ng cylinder mo ay very smooth. Maalala nyo kung sa C31, kapag minove po yung specimen from the molding place to the initial storage, kapag na-disturb yung surface, kailangan mo siyang i-refinish. Yun yung reason nakita nyo sa video kanina. Diba, grind pa yun para maging smooth. Tapos, chinecheck natin ng filler gauge. So, dapat masunod din yung mga requirement na yun. Dapat walang gap. So, in this standard, ginamit natin yung capping with sulfur mortar. Meron din tayong tinatawag na cement base. Pati rin yun, merong requirement. Makikita nyo later on dito sa standards. Yan. Yung sa protection of specimens after capping po, yung ay irarap natin ng wet burlap. And then lastly, doon sa testing na mismo, huwag kalimutan yung kumuha ng sample ng sulfur capping kasi kine-check natin yung thickness niya. Ilang pieces yun, Ma'am Grace? At least how many pieces ang kailangan mong kunin para i-check? 6 pieces po, di ba? 6 pieces po yung kukunin natin na. So anyway, dun sa exam natin mamaya, sir, mahirap ba yun, sir, exam natin? Dali lang. Madali lang. Easy. Doon sa cement base natin, dapat yung i-consider natin yung water-cement ratio. Ay, nasa exam ni sir yun. So, ano pa? Okay, ito yan. The strength of the capping material shall be determined on receipt of new lot and at intervals not exceeding 3 months. 3 months lang po yung capping materials natin. Okay, so yun po yung ASTM 617, capping of cylindrical samples by sulfur compound or deep soup cement base. Hydraulic cement base. Yung question natin mamaya after ng break para makakuha ng free na standard. So punta naman tayo sa section 2. Section 2 is about the unbonded caps. Kung hindi ka mag-cap ng sulfur compound or deep soup cement base, meron tayong tinatawag na unbonded cap. Kasama yun ng universal testing machine, yung compression testing machine. Play natin. Pag-check Sir Gilbert kung may sound.
This video demonstrates the proper procedures for using an unbonded capping system when testing molded concrete cylinders in compression.
Meron po.
Unbonded caps can be used when determining the compressive strength of 4x8 or 6x12 inch cylinders that are molded in the field or laboratory. An unbonded cap can be used on one or both ends of a cylinder. Unbonded caps provide an alternative to sulfur mortar or gypsum plaster caps. When testing concrete for acceptance, the use of unbonded caps is not permitted when the compressive strength is below 1500 or above 12,000 psi. The qualification and reuse of neoprene pads shall be in accordance with the requirements found in Table 1. Other than neoprene, qualification testing is required for all elastomeric materials regardless of the strength of the concrete. A record shall be maintained indicating the date on which a pad was placed into service, its durometer hardness, and the number of times it has been used. On occasion, cylinders tested using unbonded caps may continue to resist additional load after developing cracks. As a result, ensure that cylinders are loaded to complete failure. The equipment needed to cap a molded cylinder includes a capping system and several measuring devices. An unbonded cap consists of a retaining ring and elastomeric pad. Retaining ring shall have an interior height of 1 inch plus or minus 1/10 of an inch. The inside diameter of the ring shall be at least 102%, but not more than 107% of the diameter of the cylinder. The minimum thickness of the basin wall is dependent on the diameter of the ring. The elastomeric pad shall have a thickness of 1/2 inch plus or minus 1/16 of an inch. Pad shall have a durometer hardness between 50 and 70. The pad diameter shall be no more than 1/16 of an inch smaller than the inside diameter of the ring. The measuring devices needed for this practice include a straight edge, feeler gauges, scale, notched square, and calipers. These tools are used to check the condition and alignment of the retaining rings of the test specimen. Optional tools include a grinding pad and canvas cover. On occasion, the condition of the retaining rings and elastomeric pads should be inspected. The exterior surface of the retaining ring shall be free of gouges, grooves, protrusions, or indentions that are greater than 10/1000ths of an inch deep or 5/100ths of a square inch in surface area. The surface must also be plain. This can be verified by using a straight edge and 2/1000 inch feeler gauge. An elastomeric pad shall not exceed its maximum number of uses or exhibit signs of excessive wear or damage. Replace any pad that has reached its limit of use or that has cracks or splits exceeding 3/8 inch in length, regardless of depth. For video production purposes, this practice is demonstrated using an air-cured cylinder. Prior to capping, examine both ends of the cylinder. First, use the straight edge and 2/10 inch round wire gauge to determine if there are any depressions which exceed this depth. Should this depth be exceeded, saw or grind the end of the specimen until the irregularity is corrected. Next, use the notch square and scale to determine if an end is within 1/2 degree of being perpendicular to the axis of the specimen. 1/2 degree is approximately equal to 1/8 of an inch in 12 inches. Repeat these checks on the opposite end of the specimen. Begin by confirming that no individual diameter of the specimen differs from any other diameter by more than 2%. Next, center a cap on one or both ends of the test specimen. Then, zero the load indicator on the testing machine. Also, clean the surface of the bearing blocks, as well as both ends of the test specimen. Now, place the specimen on the lower bearing block and center it beneath the upper bearing block. Using the machine controls, close the gap between the upper block and top of the test specimen. As the block comes to bear on the specimen, Gently rotate its movable portion to ensure the block seats uniformly on the specimen. Continue by applying an initial load. This load shall not exceed 10% of the anticipated maximum. While holding the initial load, verify that the ends of the specimen are centered in their retaining rings. Also, use the notch square and scale to verify that the specimen is vertical within 1/8 of an inch and 12 inches. Unload, adjust, and recheck the specimen if it is found to be misaligned. When properly aligned, load the specimen to complete failure in accordance with the standard for determining the compressive strength of concrete.
Okay. So kung mapapansin niyo po, yung sa video may mga measurements na English system sa metric system. So again, sa certification exam po, metric system po yung mga tanong. So this is C1231 of unbanded cups. I-play lang natin sandali yung mga highlights. Yeah, this one. Unbonded cups are not permitted when the compressive strength is less than 10 megapascal or more than 85 megapascal. So, hindi po siya pwedeng gamitin sa sulfur cupping tayo pag ganun ang strength. And then, mapapansin nyo dun sa apparatus, meron tayong tinatawag na mga measuring devices para sa pag-check ng perpendicularity. Then yung mga feeder gauges pa rin. So ito po yung ito yung pinaka-main device natin. Ito yung elastomeric pad. Dun sa kanina, sa isang standard kanina, ginamit nila ay sulfur compound or you can use also gypsum cement. Ito po. Kung hindi po kayo marunong gumamit ng caliper, kailangan bago kayo subukan ng certification, dapat marunong kayo mag-read. Yan. So, very critical po yung end ng cylinder, gaya ng sinasabi natin palagi. Yung sa preparation ng cylinder, dapat po yung quality control niya ay matindi, kumbaga. Kasi yung smoothness at saka yung plainness ng ends, napaka-importante po yun. So, yung ring sa kapads, ayan, mapapansin nyo, ang daming mga measurement na kailangan, yung measurement na yung nasa standard po. So, again, also, hindi lang po isang end, yung top end ang chine-check. Usually kasi yung mga hindi na-train na technician, ang pinupwesto lang nila na chine-check lang nila palagi is yung top. Dapat both ends po yun. Yan.
There on the specimen. Gently rotate its movable.
This step is critical during the practical exam. Pag hindi nakita ng examiner na UNESCO mo ito, chinek mo, makakipay ka sa part na yun.
An elastomeric pad shall not exceed its maximum number of uses, both ends of the cylinder. Turn a cap on one or both ends of the test specimen. Then, zero the load indicator on the test.
Zero. Laging zero set natin yung yung the rest of the video ay i-continue natin doon sa compression testing mismo. So, yung part na to ay mauulit mamaya doon sa compression.
Of the anticipated maximum.
So, Yun po yung open natin ulit yung yan. Para makita ko sa inyo yung highlights. Para makita natin yung question ni Sir Gilbert. Yan, below 10 megapascal, not more than 80 megapascal. Sa video 85, pero ito 80. So we go with 80 megapascal. 80 megapascal yata yung question ni Sir.
85, sir.
85 ba? Sige ko, bonus na lang.
Updated na po yung standard ko.
Ito po yung ito yung sa pads naman, 13 plus minus 2 millimeter thickness. And diameter shall not be more than 2 millimeter. So, kasi ang natin, pag compute ng compressive strength, ano nga yung formula natin doon, Ma'am Grace? Nasaan si Ma'am Grace? Compression strength. Yung force divided by cross-sectional area. So, dapat diameter natin ay average diameter. Yan, ito po unbonded cups are intended to be used on one or both ends. So, pwedeng isa lang, pwede rin dalawa. Pero dapat kung isang gagamitin ko, chine-check pa rin yung cleanness sa kabila. Okay. Okay, ito po yung sa section na to. Parang may question to it. To be acceptable,
It's 2 o'clock.
this must demonstrate that a 95% confidence level. Average strength obtained using unbonded cap is not less than 98% of the average strength of cylinder's cap. So dapat hindi siya bababa ng 98% doon sa cap na sample. So, ito yung comparison natin sa unbonded sa cap. Okay. Yan. So yun po yung standard 1231. Ito yung mga starting questions na ito yung sa question 10. When qualifying unbonded caps, strengths below 98% of the average obtained from bonded caps is considered unacceptable. Kanina, not less than 90. Ito naman, strengths below. So, mapapansin niyo dun sa questions ng ACI, sila nire-rephrase nila dun sa word ng standard mismo. Pagdating sa question, nire-rephrase po nila. So, kailangan yung level of understanding talaga ay hindi nawawalang kumbaga. So, so mostly standards ay mga measurements, mga tolerance kumbaga, mga tinatawag. Ayan, ito pa, unbonded caps are not to be used for acceptance testing of concrete with compressive strength below 80 megapascal or above 80 megapascal. Yan. So, okay na. So, natapos po tayo yung part 1, which is the mapping of cylindrical samples. We have discussed ASTM 617 using sulfur compound and gypsum cement paste. And then, this is standard C1231 using unbonded caps. Whichever you are going to use in your actual work, dapat masunod natin mismo yung conditions na nakasulat dito sa standards. So anyway, yung makukuha ng standards ay updated na siya. So 2015. So ipapasa ko na lang ulit sa iyo Bahala ka nang magpamigay.
Sige sir, okay lang po.
Ano siya, nakapupo sila ng ano yung mga ba yan? Yung jacket ba yun? O saka t-shirt?
Giveaways.
Mga mag-o-order po ng PICE Bahrain. Yan, different, ano na.
Oo ba?
So, that ends the part 1 of our webinar day 3. We covered 2 topics on destructive testing of code. Back to you, Ma'am Grace.
Yes, thank you po, Engineer Art. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay po, after we finish this part 1, we will have a 15-minute short break po.
Okay.
Kape-kape po muna tayo.
Lunch. Lunch. Kami yung kape, ako lunch. Okay, guys. We're on break. This is our seminar. Mathematics 1. Jhane, I am the Vice President. Current speech. Huh? This is our third Friday. Last Friday there. Yeah. Still water.
Hello? Good afternoon and good evening again to everyone. Yes, before we start part 2 of our day 3 webinar, we will have some presenters from MECS Solutions Technical Consultant Engineer Samim Ahmed Laskar and Business Psychologist Technology Adoption, Mr. Atiba Rahman. Hello po.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Is my video on? I can't see myself. Oh, there.
Now you're okay.
How's everyone doing?
Okay.
Very good.
Yep, we're good and healthy.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just share my screen here. I'm not sure. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Atiba, we can see.
Okay then. So so first things first, good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to today's webinar. My name is Atiba Rahman, business psychologist with Next Solutions, and I'm joining here today with my colleague, Engineer Samim Laskar. And today we're going to look at BIM-based course management and how it works. And this will be using Cubicos as an example. Before we start, however, I'd like to give a special thanks to Mr. Gilbert and PICE for allowing us to present today. We'd also like to give a big thanks to you, the audience, actually coming out on a Friday, to get some knowledge and to learn about more about these different technologies, etc. So we really hope that you find this presentation interesting and also beneficial. What I'm going to do right here, though, first things first, Mr. Samim, if you can just say hi to the audience.
Hello everyone, I'm glad to join you all today. And thank you, Mr. Atiba, for giving me the opportunity of introducing myself.
Thank you. And lastly, just to make sure that the connection is a bit stable, I'm going to take off the camera just for this period, so that we have a better internet connection.
Okay, I'll do that as well.
Just turn that off right here. If I can find it. Okay, there it is. Okay. And is everyone hearing me properly? Can you? I've got the AC in the background. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, sir, you are.
You're okay.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much. Okay then. So let's start. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just give you a quick brief about our company. So we're from Next Solutions. So basically, Next Solutions is a construction tech consultancy specializing in 2 areas: software solutions and organization development. Basically, in a nutshell, what we do, we go into developers, contractors, consultants, and we help them streamline their business processes and workflows, making them more efficient, productive, and save costs. So this is what we do. We've been in the market for more than 10 years now and work primarily in construction and development and oil and gas. With regards to our solutions, today we're going to look at the BIM quantity takeover and cost management suite, Cubicos. But besides that, we have other few solutions that you might be interested in. So we have field service management, Vortex. For document management, we've got a software called Crestox. Construction ERP, Project View. Project View covers all departments. And then lastly, we have 4 free support softwares, which you can actually go to our website today and download. So with regards to Cubicos, what is Cubicos? So Cubicos is basically a suite of quantity takeoff and estimating software. And it allows users to create 3D BIM models or 2D drawings, and it calculates the quantities for architectural structure, for rebar, and for everything. And these 3 softwares are joined by the last one here, which is TPQ, which is a cost and management software. And this software basically acts as a unifying platform, connecting all of the other softwares under one platform. Here we can see from the project work stages that Cubicos is used throughout the entire cycle. So you're looking at anywhere from the preparation straight through to design, pre-construction, construction, and then to the use case of that facility. So cubicles is used throughout that entire space. So this is just a quick brief of what we're going to look at. So we'll first do a quick brief into cubicles. We'll look at the evolution of BIM quantity surveying, followed by a technical demonstration. So first things first, our strategic partners. I'm sure you guys all know RICS. So RICS basically worked very closely with the team Loaded into creating cubicles. We also have a lot of support from other high-profile entities such as CIOB, BCA, PACS, and CIB, to name a few. In terms of partnerships, we have an exclusive partnership with Autodesk, because as you know, Autodesk creates software that's used primarily for design. So they've entered into a partnership to ensure that both softwares are compatible with each other. We also have Microsoft, National University of Singapore, University of Maryland, etc. And then lastly, the software is certified by Buildings, which is the international standardization for any BIM-based software. So as you can see here from our client list, we have a few big names. Actually, AECOM and Arcadis in, from what I know, Philippines, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and I believe China all use cubicles for their quantity table, cost management, and estimation. Here on the ground, we've got the Ministry of Works, Databai, Afira, Al Nasa, Al Ghana, etc. And this list is growing quite quickly recently. Okay, so we all know about BIM, but I'll just give a quick brief here. So BIM is basically, or building information modeling, is basically a 3D digital representation of the physical and the functional characteristics of the facility. And the great thing about BIM is that it connects architects, engineers, and the contractors, and it provides insight into helping them plan, design, construct, and manage building and infrastructure. With regards to quantity takeoff, throughout the years we've seen how technology has actually changed this speed. So moving from manual takeoff all the way to 2D CAD, and now BIM quantity takeoff. And what's really driving this BIM adoption is the many benefits that it provides, including improved efficiency, reduction in takeoff time, construction costs, waste costs, and fewer claims, to name a few. With this in mind, Cubicles has taken the development of BIM a step further, adding cost to the equation, thereby providing even further benefits to using BIM, including better communication to stakeholders, departments, better documentation in design, change, and rework, and also reduction in errors in conflicts during construction. But with regards to the application, there's many benefits to BIM throughout the entire construction cycle. So anywhere from project definition, planning and pre-design, the comparison of design plans, architectural modeling, quantity takeoff and cost planning, structural modeling and analysis, MEP modeling, collision avoidance, and many more. So throughout this entire cycle, we see that there's full use for BIM technology. And it's really, changing the way we work in construction. This slide here is basically covers two main areas, two main topics. One, it looks at the challenges that QSs face on a day-to-day basis. But two, it also looks at the solution that the software provides. So the first one, improving take-off time and efficiency. Using the software on average, you're looking at 60 to 70% quicker take-off time. So we've also seen take-off times in the 80s as well. And also the software allows you to create accurate take-offs. Handling project variations, various measurement fields. So the software itself has all of these different rules built in. So you have SM7, NRM, OP, etc. It's all built into the software already. Checking results. This is I guess this is a really important topic here. And what the software does, it provides 4 functions to allow this to happen, in an efficient way. So first thing, you've got view expression. So this view expression feature allows you to basically click on any element within the model that you created, and it shows you exactly how the computations have been calculated. So for instance, length, height, width, etc. Then you have this other unique function here called reversely check. So reversely check, you can basically go into your bill of quantities, and let's say, for instance, you have a bigger quantity that you're unsure about, you want to know where this figure came from. You can click on that, click on the reversely check tab, and this shows you exactly in the model where those changes, where this computation came from. Thirdly, we have a 3D function, which allows you to easily visualize the computations and deductions being considered. And lastly, using the software standardizes the process of takeoff. Because as you know, many of you come from different companies, different backgrounds, different ways of working. So this allows you to have one unified way of working, so your department can function, stronger and more like a team, as a team. With regards to file types, it takes everything. It takes ribbon files, IFC, DWG, CAD, PDF, scan, PDF, the software takes it. Take-off difficulty for complex structures. The software allows you to do computations, any sort of shape or any sort of element, including arches, slopes, etc. And lastly, tight deadlines for tendering, long hours to finish tenders, and frustration during the software introducing digital BIM takeoff really helps you to complete tenders on time, take off elements with one click, and allows you to just get that work out as soon as possible and be more efficient. So this was my very brief section. Normally our presentation would take about 3 hours, but we're on limited time, so I'll pass it over to Mr. Samin so you can actually see how the software works. And we can take questions later. Mr. Samin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Diva, for your great introduction. Unless I think you should stop screen sharing so that I can share.
Okay.
Okay, I believe everyone can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
All right, thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Shamim Ahmed. I'm a technical consultant with Max Solutions. Thank you for joining us today. My presentation is going to be the technical demonstration of PICE software. As we all know, in construction industry particularly, the digital transformation is happening at the moment. So, in which the BIM is quite emerging at the moment. So when we talk about BIM, it is the foundation of technologies like AI, BI, autonomous construction, big data, or like Internet of Things. So if we have a 3D visualized model, or if we don't have a model, then all the information in it or associated with it, then we call it as a BIM model. If we don't have that, then all the other technologies are less value. So other technologies can still be used, but in the absence of a proper coordinated detailed 3D model, they have got less value. So in my presentation, I'm going to take you through a BIM-based centralized estimating and quantity take of software. So my objective with the software is to show you how efficiently and correctly we can do quantity takeoff and estimation using BIM model. So the takeoff software task that we can see on the screen has got all the rules of measurement like NRM2, SMM7, FOMI, and many more embedded within it. We're not going to spend much time on that, but also certainly just to give you an overview of how we link the BIM to quantities and cost, and then cost-to-cost data, and which will give you a good overview of how the system works. So without further ado, let's get right into the software. So this is task here. As an overview, I'm going to begin with a quick walkthrough of the software, and then we'll look at the BIM model, and then we can get some quantities out of it and proceed with my
estimation and reports. So, if as an interface, the software has got different tools under each of these steps, and we'll be using as per our desired functionalities. Over here, we have got the option bars, and then the right hand side, we import our 2D drawings in here. And again, as mentioned by Mr. Atiba, software supports 2D CAD drawing, a vector file, a vector PDF, scan PDF, or a JPEG file. So just to save time, I imported some of the drawings here. For each one of these drawings, then we have got layers in it, so we can turn on and off those layers while we are doing our modeling. And then on the left side, we have got our navigation bar, where all the elements are listed. So this is again goes along the workflow of quantity reviews. And then as soon as the software identifies one of these elements from the drawing, it lists out that element under the element list over here. And then for that particular element, we have got some properties in it, so we can view or edit those properties under attribute editor. All right, so the software has got 3 primary tabs. So we start with modeling, and then we look at the BOQ, and finally we can get some reports out of it. Finally, we have got the status bar below, and obviously the middle screen is the working space where we'll be building up our V model. So before we go for modeling, we start any project with setting up the levels of a particular project. So in other words, you are setting up the floors. So you can type in those floors here in this particular worksheet, and then you can type in the floor heights accordingly, and then you can provide a particular natural ground level or existing level here. And then if you have got typical floors in a particular project, then you can type in that value as well here. Now you can add as many zones as you want, like tower A, B, C, D, and for each of them, then you set up your floors. For each of these floors, you have got the grade settings, so you can set up grades for particular elements like foundation, blinding, and so on. So for each one of them, you have got the concrete grade, you can choose from the list or type in. You have got the concrete category and form of type, and similarly it goes for mortar grade, mortar category, and then this particular section, steel ratio, is basically gives you an approximate estimation of steel against per meter cube of concrete. But then if you are looking at a complete breakdown with bar bending schedule of reinforcement calculation, then we have got separate software for that, which is TRB. So we might cover that in another session. Now, once you're done with these grade settings, then you can obviously copy this setting to other floors in case if you wish to, or you can manually type in or set in for each of these floors. So without further ado, let's get right into the modeling part. So first element being column that I'm going to start with. So we have got, when we have a CAD drawing, we have only 3 simple steps to let the software identify the elements. Now, we're going to look at that now. So I'm going to go ahead and say pick sideline, and I'm going to pick sideline of one of these elements in this column at the moment. And then I'm going to pick the label, and I say auto identify. So the software identifies based on the 2D drawings line of column. Now, if you have noticed, in here the element list, the software identified and categorized them and listed all of these columns under here. Now, if I make it into 3D view, then I'll be able to swivel around and check where are the 2D lines and how does the software exactly identify the line based on the 3D. Now the question could be, what about the height of each of these columns? So the height of each one of these columns is based on which floor that you are working on. So currently we are working on ground floor. So if you refer back to your ground floor that you set up while building up your floor setting, the height is 3.3. So each one of them has got a height of 3.3. So that's about column. Now, as I mentioned before, you have got the properties of each one of them under here. So you can check the properties, you can edit those properties like width, height, and you can edit the elevation as well. So in case if you want to go for, let's say for this particular column, if I would like to go a little down, then I say negative, I don't know, maybe 1 meter. So it goes 1 meter down. So similarly, you can do adjustments for different elements. Now, for each one of them, then you have got different other edit options, like you can set up a slope by providing the sloping angle over here. and then you press OK, and it takes the sloping angle as well. In case if you want to go for cross-sectional view, different cross-section, then that option is available as well. Let's say this one. So it narrows down at the top, which is 300 by slash 150, so 150 at the top. So those are the edit functions available for each one of the elements. So I'm going to go ahead with wall. So I've got another drawing here, which is a floor plan, an architectural drawing. So all I need to do is just do that 3 simple steps once again. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the sideline of wall. Okay. And then I'm going to pick up the sideline of doors and windows as well. And third simple steps auto identify. So the software identifies all the walls, build up them, and then categorize them as per their thickness. So if you are noticing on the list, it categorizes as 260 and 100 mm thick walls been identified in the model. Now, if you look in the 3D view, it looks something like this. So in a couple of moments, you can, in a couple of minutes, you can do wall columns, and at any point of time, you can do the conversion just by going to press calculate. So that option is available quite flexible here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead with other elements quickly. So in case if you're wondering about the edit functions, you still have got the edit functions. You can select them. You can change the properties. You have got some of the edit functions like set arched wall. You can set some arch shapes. You can go ahead with setting slopes. So how it works is that you provide the angle of inclination, and then you decide which direction you want to put the inclination. So if you look in 3D view, it takes that particular shape. So all of these different edit functions are there. Okay. Right. So let's move on with the element opening. So doors and windows. So we've got doors and windows here, and there's a specific function for doors and windows. And what makes it so great is that it identifies all the data and fits in automatically. Now, that is called element schedule. So if I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, element schedule, I've got a schedule here. And by the way, this schedule could be in CAD format, it can be in PDF format, it can be in Excel file. So all of these are identified. Now I'm going to go ahead and take that particular data from the schedule, and it will automatically identify and build up the openings for me. Right click for confirmation. So as you noticed, it identified all of these along with its width multiplied by height. You can choose different column names in case if you have a different setup for your schedule. And then all they need to do is just press identify. So the software identifies and plays in all of these doors and windows just by one click. So I'm going to go back and I say, I just let the software know, okay, these are the names of doors and windows. And then auto identify. So the software knows exactly where are the openings based on the 2D lines, and it fits in all these different data from the specification into it. So if I turn on my wall, if I turn on my column, this is how it looks like. So, okay. Now you have got the flexibility of adjusting the height or sill level of window. You can do that from the properties, but in case if you have that already in the schedule of doors and windows, the software identifies automatically by itself. So if I'm saying, okay, let's say I want to go 500 for this one, so it drops down. So that way you can adjust a lot of data by manual way. Or if you have got already the schedule, the software fits in automatically. Now that's about the normal elements, the structural and architectural elements. So I'm going to go ahead and show you some other elements like beam. So to save time, I did that as well. So 3 simple steps again. Pick side line, pick level, and auto identify. Similar thing goes for the slab. And in case if you want to create some openings in the slab, if you don't have the line for the opening, so you just need to split that into whatever shape that you wish to go for. So let's say circle, and I can then just delete this, and you get an opening here. So all of these different edit functions are available. Okay. Now, once I'm done with this part of modeling, then I'm going to go ahead and show you some other elements like structural elements are available. You can go ahead with different standard shapes like this, and you can provide your data here based on your particular type of composite slab. And then you have got the staircase. So obviously in my project I've got a quite straight flight over here. But if you have got some other shapes, you can go ahead with some parametric staircase which are available in the software. So these are some standard shapes available. You only need to do is just provide the number of steps, width of stair, depth of tread, height of riser, all of this different data, and then you put in its position. Or you can go ahead with custom staircase, and what it does is that it takes you to another window, and it lets you, edit all of these different functions based, and you can see on the other window in 3D, so which is quite visually great. All right, so that's about staircase. So I'm going to go ahead with the next element, which is finishes. So obviously, as a quantity surveyor or a cost estimator, we tend to deal with finishes in different ways. So sometimes we have complex shapes and we find it hard to do all of these complex shapes. But in 3D beam modeling, you have got the visualization of how it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and just show you one. So I've got bathroom here. Just like before, I did the identification of schedule. So I've got bathroom here. So I'm going to go ahead and just one click, and the software puts in the starting based on the data that I provided here or from the schedule. It puts in the starting, the wall finishes, it considered the opening, it applied the wall finishes in the side of column, and then soffit of beam, and then the side of beam. So it's all by one click. Now, when it comes to suspended ceiling, we have got one suspended ceiling here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how it works when it comes to suspended ceiling. Now, if you would like to do some different shapes in suspended ceiling, so I select that and I say, okay, I will split it out and provide a different value for this rename it. And I say, okay, this one should go a little higher. So now we have got a clear difference in elevation between these two. Now I have got different modeling options for vertical surfaces. So I'm going to go ahead with specify edge and say, okay, I want to go for 300 milli, and all I need to do is just click on those edges. So if I click on this edge, another edge here, here, and one edge here. And then what it does is that it takes that particular shape accordingly. So as you notice here. Right. Now let's go for the next element. So we have got foundations, we have got some composite, prefabricated components. You can do that quantification as well. For foundation, obviously, you can build up the foundations in the foundation floor just by switching to foundation floor. I'm not going much in detail on that. Because then it will be hard to cover up everything. I'll just quickly cover the lintel. So there's a great function about lintel, and that is applicable in each and every floor and each and every opening that you have. So there is a function called auto array. What it does is that it automatically arranges based on what conditions that you provided. So let me say I am providing a condition of cover up 0 to 3 meter opening and applying lintels there. So as you have noticed, the software automatically identifies all of this opening and puts in the lintel opening. So that way, it really cuts down in time for the calculation of lintel-like elements. All right. So let me move on to some other elements like roof. So you can provide some curved edges, you can provide sloping, you can then provide different shapes of available here. You've got the railing, coping, all of these different elements. Now, when it comes to custom quantity, so what it does is that it allows you to do some 2D calculation as well. If you don't want to go for the beam modeling and all of those stuff, you can just straight away import a drawing and you can do calculation for length, area, volume, and count. So you can do counts, lengths, area. It's quite similar to any other 2D software, quantity of 2D software is available in the market. So I'm going to go ahead with calculation now. And before that, I would just like to show you how you can actually copy all of these to another floor. So I'm going to go ahead and select all the elements and let's say to other floor. So I will copy all of these to other floors. So you can copy to all of these different floors as soon as you are done with that. Now, this is quite useful in case if you have got typical floors, but then if you have different shapes available or different modifications that you need to do in different floors, you can always switch to other floors after copying, and then you have the flexibility of doing the modifications based on your drawings. So that option is there. Now, once we are done with the modeling, just to recap what we did so far. So we imported the 2D drawings. We identified all the elements, and the software identified everything by ourselves, and then it built up the report. Now we're going to go ahead with calculations. So the software has got the ability of putting in the data that is included in the model into the quantification. So it's all automated. You don't have to worry about the calculation different and then beam model different. So I'm going to go ahead and do the calculations now. I will just stick to one of these, and then I'm saying, okay, this is my whole building. Okay, I have modeled just now. So I'll turn on everything so that we can see. I have a better look. And by the way, you can provide different textures in case if you would like to in different elements as finishes. I'm going to go ahead with calculation. So before calculation, we have got the measurement settings, which allow us to change the settings. And this is again based on the method of measurement or rules that we chose. So if you're looking at, let's say, wall finishes, we have got different clauses based on our project. We can choose from there. We have got then measurement rules. You can then set up rules for relation between multiple elements, like, for instance, the deductions, how the deduction took place and all of this. So that is another setting available here. So it has got different setting or options, again, from the clauses of method of measurement. So right now we are using method of measurement as principle of measurements international FOMI, which is right over here. In case if you want to choose something else, you can go ahead with that. So different method of measurements are there. So I'm going to go ahead with calculation, so press calculate. So what the software does is that it allows you to calculate floor-wise. It allows you to calculate the whole building at a time or element-wise. So let's say you want to do the calculation for only column, we can go ahead and do that as well. If you want to do the entire building, you can do as well. And now the software, as I said, based on the method of measurement settings, the software identifies all of these different elements and does the calculation, considering the deductions, considering all of these different rules that we follow as quantity surveyor. I'm going to go ahead and look at the quantities which we just did by calculation. So let's press this, and then I have got this quantity breakdown for column, the flow, material, concrete gauge, and type. Different types are there. We have got the shape available, the width multiplied by height. We have got then the volume, area of formwork. We have got how many numbers are there for that particular one. Then we have got approximate estimation of rebar. We can export this into Excel. We can set up which we want to see here. So let's say if I get rid of something from here, it gets rid of from that list. And then you can set up always the filtering options are there. Again, you have got the filtering here as well for each of these columns. Now you can set this one as template for the future project to use once you are done the setup. Now if you turn on the subtotal, it shows you subtotal for each one of them. So the option is there. Now there is a specific function which is quite useful. If you're wondering about one of these calculation and you don't know from where it came, so it has got an intelligent function called reversely check in model. If you click on that, it takes you back to the model and shows you exactly from where the quantities came. So if I click on one of these quantities, it shows me 3D view from where the quantities exactly came. So I don't have to worry about the calculation anymore. In 3D view, I can literally visualize, and obviously you can take two screens, and that way you'll be able to figure out what's going on in the model. All right, so there is another function called view expression, and as the name suggests, that it has got the calculation rules in it. So as soon as you click on one of these elements, it shows you exactly how did the computation or calculation took place in a detailed breakdown. So length multiplied by height, thickness is considered again, and deduction of door, deduction window, deduction beam, concrete length, and all of this. Now if you would like to see this in 3D view, then you have got this particular window which popped out, and you will be able to swivel around for that particular wall that we are looking at. We have got the area. This is the total area. We have then got the deduction of two doors, deduction of window. We have got the deduction of different columns, beam, and deduction of lintels. So this is quite useful for visually representing or presenting to your clients or for documentation purposes. All right, so I'm done with the calculations, and obviously I've got the 2D functions. You can unlock the 2D drawing, or you can do similar as AutoCAD. You can draw a line, you can edit a line, frame a line. All of these different functions are there. And this software, just to summarize, this software goes really handy with CAD and Excel users, because all the shortcut keys of AutoCAD are available in the software. So EX, let's say EX for extension, ER for trim, L for line, all of these different hotkeys. I'm going to go ahead and show you the BOQ. And you have got three options for BOQ. So you can import a cost plan or an existing BOQ that you have. You can link this particular project to another project called PPQ, or sorry, another software PPQ that Mr. Ajba talked about. And then you can build up a custom BOQ as well. So I'm going to go ahead and hit link to TPQ. So all you need to do is just put your password and you log in, and then it connects both the software together in a common platform. And again, this software works in a common platform, in a centralized platform, and which is server based. So as an overview, I'm gonna be talking a little bit about TBQ software, just to give you an idea of how we do the pricing or estimation, or we manage our tenders using TBQ. Now, if you are noticing here, the software automatically, gets into a particular window where we have got different bill items under different elements and under different bill. If I get to my estimating software, which is over here, which is TBQ, just as an overview, I'll quickly talk about this. So we have got TBQ, which works as a centralized platform. So it sits in your in the server of your office, or you can see it individually in your PC, like mine, if you are a single user. The purpose of having it run from a server is so that we can have all the data and all the projects held in a central place. So what I can see here is we have got different projects listed out, which I'm working on at the moment. Then what we call something as user manager, whereby you'll be able to create different groups. So let's say junior QS group, manager group, and you'll be able to control the permissions from here. So somebody would like to see the resource library from the server, you can control that, or you can turn it off from there as well. Few other options like import, save, and close option is there. So primarily you have got two tabs. So we have got the project, and then we have got the library. So in library you have resource library, and we have got BQ library. So if I get into BQ library, for instance, then it takes me to the BQ library that I have in the software. So based on your particular requirement, you can put in the library. You can save the cost plan template for future use from here. Now the similar thing goes for the resource library. You have got a beautiful set of resources, and obviously you put in those data by doing different projects, and you just list in here. Now I'm going to go ahead with pricing some elements in my project, so that we can get to see how the software works together in common platform and fits in the data. Now I will consider one of these bill element, let's say concrete work. So I've got some bill item here as well. So I'll go back to my takeoff software, which is over here. And if you are noticing, I've got checkout here. So at the moment I can put in the quantities, or I can link these quantities from the model. But then if I say check in, then the software locks this, and it allows me to do the editing here. So I'm going to go back. Sorry, it allows me to. It locks in here, but it allows me to work here. So that is check in and out function available for the software, just to make sure that one person is working at a time, not that multiple persons are working the same bill element or item. Now I'm going to go ahead and just quickly link some quantities. Just as an example, I will consider wall and I'll just pick up some quantities, just link it. Just not bothering much, I'm just picking the total quantities, and then I'm putting the next quantities. You can drag and drop, or you can just double click, so it will take the quantities. And if you're noticing here, it gives you the description of where the quantities came, and you apply any factor to it. In case if you are applying one quantities in multiple items, then you can provide some factor in it, and it considers that as well. Right, so once you're done with that, then you just have to press check in, and the software basically connects both the software, and as we know it's connected, so it sends the data to the other software. So these cells are empty before. Now we can see the 461,255 got reflected here. Obviously you can set the precision from here, but I'm not going into detail on that, so you can have those precision as well. And if you're noticing, there is a green color mark here. So this indicates that the quantities came from task software. Or if you double click, it shows you from task quantity. If I go to details, quantity details, it shows me in detail from where the quantities came and who did the calculation. Everything is auditable. Now, the software shows me that a page uploaded by me, which is my email over here, and date of uploaded exactly with the time. So at what time the upload was done. This is the project. I have got the volume and volume breakdown here. Similarly, you can do some manual quantities as well. In case if you want to do that, you can import quantities from Excel as well, just by going to Excel import. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do some pricings quickly. If time allows, obviously we're running out of time. So if you're noticing here, material, labor, equipment, everything you can set up individually under each of these tabs. But then you can build up the unit rate based on what you know, what you want, and then each one of these category has got then subcategories. So let's say for labor, you have got one type of labor, you have got then different suppliers, and you can choose from the list as well. Now, once you're set up with that, then I'm going to go ahead and quickly do some pricing. So unit rate details, you can go ahead and bring in that unit library that you set up for your project. Now, this setup can be again done from the resource library that we already have here in your system, so that can be done as well. And I can then quickly put in some pricing code, and it automatically takes that prices down. So that is it. Now, once the calculation, it automatically calculates everything. If you just want to see the breakdown of material, labor, and equipment from this window, you can just break it down as well. You get to work out your markup ratio for individual items or markup amount, and you get the original amount here. But then I'm going to show you quickly the analysis. So we have got the adjustment cost. So this is the total cost of the project at the moment as an example. You can do the adjustment for markup, and it will get reflected to all these individual items automatically. If you save this particular work as an interim version, let's say I'm going to say it as version 1, and if I do the similar thing in my takeoff software, then everything gets into position based on what changes or modifications that you are making in a particular software. So I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, I'll just save this as one baseline. So save as a baseline. Let's say this is version 1, and then all I need to do is do some modifications in the model. Let's say the client doesn't like this wall and they want to remove this wall, so I removed it. All I need to do is just press calculation again, and then the software calculates and fits in all of this data to the BOQ, and then to the pricing and to the total cost estimation of the project. So everything is interlinked. So if I'm just here now and I say check in, and then I get back to my estimation software, it would automatically reflect this new quantity out there. If you're noticing here, the quantity is dropped down from 460 to 456 now, and we have got the variation quantity. So you can export this into Excel as variation 1, and then in the pricing software, you have got then the variation under the analysis. So if I just save this one as, for instance, version 2, and if I try to compare between two versions, which is version 1, and then I have got version 2, and say compare, the software identifies all the different modifications that are done in the project. It fits in according to the quantities as per the calculations of rates and different things. So now if you're looking at this bill, it shows you in star mark, it shows you where exactly the changes been made, and we can see here in blue color it shows the differences, and this is the total worked out quantities. So this is a quick background of the takeoff as well as the estimation software. Obviously, we have got many software. We would appreciate, if you give us some more time or maybe another session, then we can do much more about it. I will conclude with this last topic, which is importing PDF. So it's quite useful for contracting companies. So what it does is that it basically allows you to import any of scanned PDF view. So if I would like to just import a bill, it shows you, what you want to import, and this is basically a scan file of the bill coming out from the client or from the consulting company, I'm just going to say, okay, identify. So the software identifies the scan PDF and it converts it into an electronic worksheet. So which means that you'll be able to do the pricing in the software, and then the software will put in all of these different pricing into individual items in the original format which we are importing. So we don't touch this, but we work on it in an electronic file, which makes it quite useful for contracting companies, because obviously in Middle East particularly we get a lot of scanned PDF BOQ from the consulting companies. Right, so once the identification is done, we'll just quickly have a look at the identification result, and I'll conclude with that. Once the identification is done, if you click on each of these text, you'll be able to see on the other screen your original PDF BOQ, and then you'll be able to provide your rate here, and it gets reflected automatically. So let's say I just provided a random price here, you'll be able to put it in its position. You can move around, and you can do a lot of stuff. And then under reports, then it will be under print preview, you'll be able to set up the fonts. So again, different fonts are available to match with the text that you have already in the scan PDF. All right, so that is about a quick nutshell about QBCOS, TAS, and TBQ software. We'll obviously appreciate you to get over from there. So thank you so much for attending my part of presentation. Before we wrap up, there is some information Mr. Atiba would like to talk about. So Mr. Atiba, you take it from here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samin. We've actually run over a bit on time, and to be honest, this is normally a presentation that's done over a 3-hour period. So Mr. Samin managed to cover as much as possible. But just before we end, we'd like to offer you guys something special. I hadn't mentioned this to Mr. Gilbert. I just figured, we can do something for you guys. So we're offering public trading for QBCOS. Normally for our clients, this is a 3-day course that cost them $2,400 US dollars. But we'd like to give you this opportunity for $250 US dollars for that full course. So that includes a 3-day training, access to the QBCOS online trading academy for free, so you don't have to pay this cost, and then a free trial of the software over a 10-year period. So that is it. I pasted a form in the chat bar. Those interested, the 10 quickest people to register or fill out this form will be eligible. And that's it. Sorry, I know that the time's a bit tough here, but thank you all for coming out today. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, and have a lovely evening, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Atiba and Mr. Samin, for the generous presentation. Yes, we understand it. It's a training for hours, and we have more than enough of the overview and nutshell of this QBCOS. Yes, for more information, questions, and details, you can check out our chat box for the links for QBCOS, and you can contact them directly. The WhatsApp number of Mr. Atiba Romani is shared in our chat box. Okay? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
From PICE Bahrain. Okay, so moving on to our webinar, our part 2. Yes, we will continue our technical presentation. Please welcome again our speaker, Engineer Art Italon.
Where is Engineer Art? Nawala.
Hello, Ma'am Grace. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay na?
Hello, sir. Yes, you are on.
Okay, so meron pa tayong dalawang standard sa destructive testing and introduction ng non-destructive testing, dalawang standard din. But before that, let me show you questions. Yan. Bali, ang natapos natin is ASTM 617, yung capping by sulfur compound or cement base. ASTM C1231, the unbonded cups. So I have prepared 4 questions for those who will receive a free standard, not this standard because lahat kayo bibigyan ni Sir Gilbert. Yung webinar natin ngayon ay may standard na kasama free. Ito yung sa strength testing. Kasi dun sa next webinar, yung last webinar natin, bali wala tayong standard doon. Ang ibibigay ko sa inyo, yung mga mananalo ngayon dito, yung bibigyan ko lang yung mananalo dito sa questions. Ibigay ko ng flat wood technician standards. Okay. So ito po yung questions. Ito, question 1. Send nyo na lang yung answer nyo sa WhatsApp. Yung unang makakakuha ng tamang sagot ay makaka-receive ng standard ng flat wood technician. Procedures of ASTM 617 for capping enable concrete cylinders and cores to meet the standards requirement for plainness and blank. Ano pong sagot natin?
Wala naman akong may sagot.
Wala pa? Wala pang nakakakuha. Plainness ng end at saka yan. May nakakuha na po.
Stop.
Ang tamang sagot po ay plainness and perpendicular. Ang nakakuha po 6-3. Ay, si Ma'am Shelly po. Siya po yung nakakuha ng tamang sagot, plainness and perpendicular. Ma'am Shelly, kayo po makakuha ng flatwood technician standard. Okay, next question po.
Interrupt lang po ako saglit, Sir Art. I just want to remind everyone, please, to all our panelists and our participants, kindly mute your microphones so not to distract our technical presentation. Thank you so much.
Ang tamang word po dito ay perpendicularity po. Question number 2, ito na po para sa isang free copy ng flatwood technician. Bonded cups are not to be used for acceptance of concrete with compressive strength below blank megapascal or above blank megapascal. Si Engineer Vicente Omictin Jr., siya po makakakuha ng flatwood technician standard, 10 megapascal or above 80 megapascal. Sir Vicente, acknowledge ko na po kayo. May dalawa pa po. Question number 3. Dali lang. The term unbonded cap refers to the combination of metal paper and an elastomeric pad. Anong sagot mo? True or false? Ma'am Grace.
Trolls.
Okay po, may unbonded cups kapag gumagamit po tayo ng metal ring or metal retainer at saka yung elastomeric pad. Ang nanalo po ay si Sir Leo. Ang tamang sagot po ay true. Okay? Leo Victor, 973-6673. Kayo po makaka-receive ng platform.
Leo Victor Anante.
Last question for standards 1 and 2. Ito na po. The maximum allowable depth of depressions in the ends of the cylinders that need not be sewed or ground is blank millimeter. Tamang sagot po ay nakuha ni
Engineer.
Bilis. Bilis niya, sir. Ayan, si plus 657747 plus 65 paki-acknowledge po kung anong pangalan po nila. Tamang sagot po ay 5 mm. 5 mm plus 657747. Hindi sinulat yung pangalan.
Plus 6 what? Where is this one?
So, ayan, may 4 po na makakakuha ng tatlo. Then 4 ulit sa next 2 standards. So, standby lang po tayo. Ang Grace, ayun. Yan lang. So, let's proceed to the next 2 standards. Unahin po natin yung compressive strength of concrete. Panoorin natin yung video. Sandali lang po. Yan, sa ASTM C39 po tayo. Standard test method for compressive strength of cylindrical concrete specimens. Bali kanina, capping procedures po tayo. Then ito na po yung actual testing ng cylinder.
This video demonstrates the proper procedures for determining the compressive strength of a molded concrete cylinder or drilled core. This test method is limited to concrete having a unit weight in excess of 50 pounds per cubic foot. The procedures presented here apply to both sulfur-capped and pad-capped specimens. Refer to the respective standards on capping cylindrical specimens for additional testing requirements. Moist cured specimens shall be tested as soon as possible after their removal from storage. They shall be kept moist by any convenient means until tested and shall be tested in the moist condition.
Okay.
Under certain conditions, it may not be necessary to determine the average diameter for each individual test specimen. Refer to the standard for details on reducing the frequency of this measurement. All specimens tested at a given age shall be broken within the specified tolerance for time. The individual who tests concrete cylinders for acceptance shall meet the concrete laboratory technician requirements of Practice C 1077. The equipment needed for this test includes a power-operated testing machine and several measuring devices. The machine used for this test must have sufficient load capacity. It must also be able to apply the load continuously, without shock, and at the designated rate. In addition, the machine shall be equipped with 2 steel blocks having hardened bearing faces. The upper bearing block shall be spherically seated. The lower bearing block shall be a solid mass. The lower platen of the testing machine can serve as the lower bearing block. The measuring devices needed for this test include a straight edge, feeler gauges, notched square, scale, and caliper. These tools are used to check the condition, alignment, and dimensions of the bearing blocks and test specimen. Optional tools include a towel, balance, and canvas cover. On occasion, the surface of both bearing blocks should be inspected to confirm they are plane. Verify that these surfaces are plane by using the straight edge and a 1/1000th inch feeler gauge. Blocks with a diameter of at least 6 inches shall be plane within 1/1000th of an inch across any 6-inch distance. Smaller blocks shall be plane within 1/1000th of an inch across any diameter. For video production purposes, this test procedure is demonstrated using an air-cured cylinder. Begin by retrieving a cylinder from storage. Continue by measuring the diameter of the specimen at about mid-height. Using the caliper, take 2 measurements at right angles to each other and record these values. Do not test the specimen if any 2 diameters differ by more than 2%. Next, use the notch, square, and scale to determine if an end is within 1/2 degree of being perpendicular to the axis of the specimen. 1/2 degree is approximately equal to 0.12 of an inch and 12 inches. Now, determine if the end is plane by using the straight edge and 0.002 inch feeler gauge. If an end is not perpendicular or plane, it must be sawed, ground, or capped to meet these requirements. Repeat these checks on the opposite end of the cylinder. When density is to be determined, remove any surface moisture before determining the mass. Record the measured mass. Using the caliper, measure the specimen length at 3 evenly spaced locations around its circumference. Record each length and the average length to the nearest 0.05 of an inch. If density is not required, but the specimen length is outside the range of 1.8 to 2.2 times the diameter, measure and record the specimen length to the nearest 5% of its diameter. If the ends of the specimen are to be capped, follow the procedures outlined in the appropriate standard practice. Continue by zeroing the load indicator on the testing machine. Next, clean the surface of the bearing blocks as well as both ends of the test specimen. Place the specimen on the lower platen and center it beneath the upper bearing block. Using the machine controls, close the gap between the upper block and top of the test specimen. As the block comes to bear on the specimen, gently rotate its movable portion to ensure the block seats uniformly on the specimen. For cylinders with unbonded caps, confirm the position and alignment of the cylinder. In this demonstration, the specimen is being wrapped with a canvas cover to minimize the scattering of concrete fragments. Begin to apply load at the designated rate. Loading shall be continuous and without shock. During the latter half of loading, the loading rate shall correspond to a stress rate of 35 plus or minus 7 psi per second. A higher loading rate is permitted during the first half of loading. Continue to apply load without adjustment until there is a steady decrease in magnitude and the specimen displays a well-defined fracture pattern. Upon conclusion of the test, record the maximum applied load and note the fracture pattern based on Figure 2 in the standard. Sketch and describe any fracture pattern that is not found in the figure. If the measured strength is lower than expected, examine the fractured concrete and note evidence of large air voids, segregation, fractures through or around coarse aggregate, and verify that end caps satisfy the appropriate requirements. Using the data collected during this test, compute the average diameter, average cross-sectional area, and compressive strength for the specimen. First, compute the average diameter for the specimen. Use this value to calculate the average cross-sectional area. Then, determine the compressive strength by dividing the maximum applied load by the average cross-sectional area. If the ratio of length to diameter is 1.75 or less, multiply the calculated compressive strength by the appropriate correction factor, interpolating as necessary. When the density of the specimen is to be determined, use the length and mass measurements and average cross-sectional area to compute the average length, volume, and density of the specimen. First, compute the average length. Use this value and the average cross-sectional area to calculate the volume of the specimen. Then, determine density by dividing the mass of the specimen by its volume. Report the specimen identification, the presence of any defects in the specimen or caps, age when tested, average cross-sectional area, type of fracture, and maximum load. Also, report the average diameter to the nearest 1/100th of an inch, When length is outside the range of 1.8 to 2.2 times the diameter, report length to the nearest 5% of the diameter. When density is determined, report this value to the nearest pound per cubic foot and report the compressive strength to the nearest 10 psi. Diameter, report length to the first.
Ito yung advantage nating mga Pinoy kasi pag may mga calculation na sa exam, hindi tayo natatakot. Unlike with sa other nationalities, sa kakita lang ng calculation, sabi nila, very, very hard. So, yun yung advantage natin sa mga Pinoy na ano. Especially pag engineer ka, yun yung mga computation na to, syempre, mali na sa ito. Sa mga software. So, highlight ko lang yung sabi ko. Bakit? Maganda yung result. Mababa yung strength mo as compared to design strength na in-expect ay dahil sa apat na reason o 4 factors. Large scale voids at saka segregation. Paano ba nangyayari yan? Doon po sa pag-prepare ng sample. Kung maaalala nyo, yung procedure ng C31, kailangan i-observe natin yung 25 radic, no more, no less. So napakalinaw po yun. Tapos yung 10 to 15 times na tapping by the mallet, yun po yung factor na kung saan nagkakaroon ng large scale voids at saka segregation. Pag nasobrahan yung padding mo, ang mangyayari talaga, yung mga gravels mo ay pakababa. So magkakaroon tayo ng segregation. And also yung sa quality ng course aggregate mo. So, doon sa doon sa aggregate technician level po natin, mapapag-aralan natin like kung gusto nyo pa in the future kung paano mag-test ng aggregate naman. At saka ito nga, yung sa condition ng NCAP. Again, sa C31, this is very critical procedure. So, dapat doon pa lang yung quality ng specimen mo ay acceptable na. So, NCAP, yung quality ng force aggregate, tapos yung preparation ng specimen during the performance of C31, these are the factors for low measured strength. Sa reporting naman, yung mga nag-prepare ng reports, yung density natin is nearest to the 10 kilogram per n cube. So, ibig sabihin, ang is 223040, 2,250. So, by 10. Sa compressive strength naman is nearest 0.1 megapascal. So, lahat po itong density and compressive strength, nasa exam po ng certification exam. Ewan ko kung nandun sa exam ni Sir Gilbert.
C39, wala po, Sir Art.
Ay, wala ba?
Hindi ko nalagay.
Sige, ito naman yung sa loading rate naman ng machine. Sa second half of loading, dapat na-maintain ito sa 25 plus minus 0.05 megapascal. Yan, pwede pong maset yan sa universal testing machine. Huwag tayo. Ayan, so before na isalang mo yung cylinder sa universal testing machine, yun nga, dapat na check yung yung plainness ng both ends saka yung perpendicularity based from dun sa dalawang standards natin kanina. Okay. Sir Gilbert, nag-perform ba kayo dito nung college nyo? Wala?
Hindi rin.
Ayan. Paano ba? Napakamahal kasi nito, bibihira lang yung nakaka-afford na university ang universal testing machine. Meron man, usually, bilang lang yung mga university sa Manila. Ewan ko sa probinsya, sa mga state U. Meron sa inyo? Yun.
State U.
Anong school? I-promote natin.
Central Luzon State U po.
Mayaman yun. Mayaman yun.
Yan. Nagawa namin yan, yay.
Anong batch ka ba? Mukhang, 2000, 15? Earlier na yan.
16 po.
2000. Ayan. So, I'm glad na magagamit na itong mga universal testing, yung mga machines na ganito. Kasi kung hindi pa, talaga mapag-iwanan yung mga graduates natin. Lalo dito sa Saudi Arabia, nasa academy ko, diploma in civil engineering, lahat ng mga na-discuss ko, tinuturo namin sa kanila. Diploma lang yun, 3 years. So, pagka-graduate nila, yun sinasabi nila na sila na daw yung engineers na papalit sa atin.
Yes,
So,
why not?
ano pang ginagawa natin? Sige, level up pa. Huwag magsawang matuto. Sabi nga ni Ma'am kanina sa opening niya, huwag mapagod na matuto kasi ang life ay, sabi, hindi na mapagod magbigay ng experience. Yeah. Magandang opening ni Ma'am. So, ito po yung C39 Compressive Strength Testing. Punta tayo sa flexion naman. By the way, itong training na to, qualified din siya as entry nyo pag nag-apply kayo sa transportation specialist ng PIC. So ayan, dalawa na ang qualification nyo para magkaroon ng mataas na points sa application nyo sa transportation specialist. Kasi covered itong C39 at saka C78. Okay, so i-play ko natin C78.
This video demonstrates the proper procedures for determining the flexural strength of concrete by testing a simple beam under third point loading. This test method is used to determine the flexural strength of beams molded in the field, molded in the laboratory, or sawed from hardened concrete. Moist cured specimens shall be tested as soon as possible after their removal from moist storage. Drying of the specimen surface will result in a reduction in the measured strength. The results of this test are calculated and reported as the modulus of rupture. The individual who tests concrete beams for acceptance shall meet the concrete laboratory technician requirements of practice C1077. Although not required by the standard, marking the location of the support and load points prior to storing the specimen can simplify several aspects of the flexure test. The equipment needed for this test includes a testing machine, third point loading apparatus, and several measuring devices. The testing machine can either have a hand-operated or motorized pump. Further, the machine must be able to apply load at a uniform rate without shock or interruption. The loading apparatus uses bearing blocks to support and apply load to the test specimen. These blocks shall be a portion of a cylinder, have bearing surfaces that are plane, and extend across the full width of the specimen. The measuring devices needed for this test include a straight edge, feeler gauges, a square, and caliper. These tools are used to check the condition and dimensions of the loading apparatus and test specimen. Optional tools include leather shims and a grinding pad. When used, leather shim shall be 1/4 inch thick, 1 to 2 inches wide, and extend across the full width of the specimen. On occasion, the surface of the bearing block should be inspected to confirm they are planed. Verify that these surfaces are planed by using the straight edge and 2/1000 inch feeler gauge. For video production purposes, this test procedure is demonstrated using an air-cured beam. Begin by retrieving a beam from storage. When testing a molded beam, turn the specimen on its side with respect to its orientation when molded. When testing a sawed beam, the tension face shall correspond either to the top or bottom of the specimen with respect to its orientation when cut from the hardened concrete. Continue by verifying that the surfaces of the specimen are smooth and free of any marks or deformations. Using the square, confirm that the sides of the specimen are at right angles to its top and bottom. Next, verify that the span of the beam is within 2% of 3 times its depth as tested. Also, measure the distance between adjacent load and support points and confirm that these dimensions are within 3% of the specimen's depth as tested. With the loading apparatus centered in the testing machine, position the specimen on the support blocks. Zero the load indicator on the testing machine. Then apply an initial load to the specimen that is between 3 and 6% of the estimated ultimate load. While holding the initial load, check for gaps between the surface of the specimen and each bearing block. First, use a 1/1500 inch feeler gauge to determine if there are any gaps that exceed this thickness over a length of 1 inch or more. Such gaps shall be eliminated by grinding or capping the surface of the specimen. Next, use a 4/1000 inch feeler gauge to determine if there are any gaps that exceed this thickness over a 1 inch length or more. Such gaps shall be eliminated by grinding, capping, or using leather shims. Now, resume loading the specimen at a constant rate. Use equation 1 in the standard to compute an appropriate rate. Loading shall be continuous and without shock until rupture occurs. At the conclusion of the test, record the maximum applied load and note the location of the fracture. To compute the modulus of rupture, it is necessary to measure the width and depth of the specimen at the point of fracture. Make these measurements with the beam oriented as tested. First, select a fractured face to measure. Using the caliper, take 3 measurements across the width of the specimen. Take a reading along each edge and across the middle. Record these values to the nearest 0.05 of an inch. Repeat this process for the depth of the specimen. Should the fracture occur at a capped section, include the cap thickness in the depth measurement. Again, record these values to the nearest 0.05 of an inch. Using the data collected during this test, compute the average rupture for the specimen. Use the average width and depth at the point of fracture to compute the modulus of rupture. To compute the modulus of rupture, use the equation from the standard that corresponds to the relative location of the fracture. Use equation 2 when the fracture initiates within the middle third of the tension face. Use equation 3 when the fracture initiates outside the middle third of the tension face, but by no more than 5%. If the fracture initiates outside the middle third by more than 5%, discard the test results. Report the specimen identification, whether the beam was molded or sawed, the curing history, and the presence of any defects in the specimen. Also, report whether the specimen was ground, capped, or shims were used, the moisture condition and age of the specimen when tested, the span length, and the maximum applied load. Further, report the average width and depth to the nearest 0.05 of an inch, and the modulus of rupture to the nearest 5 psi.
Okay, so that is standard C78 texture strength of beam sample by third point load. So mag-focus lang tayo sa dito sa formula. Yan, ito. Kasi dalawang formula ang kailangan natin because of two cases. One is when the fracture initiated within the middle third, ang formula natin ay ito, PL over B squared. Ayan, yung fracture natin ng and then yung isang case naman ay kapag nasa outside middle third, ang formula natin is 3 multiplied by the maximum load multiplied by the distance of the fracture here to the end and divided by the B squared cross section. Also, yan, ito yung dalawang formula. Depende sa case. Palit lang tayo dun sa ano. Sa preparation ng beam sample, ang sabi dito, dapat i-test natin siya in moist condition. So, pag-abot mo sa curing tank, ayun, dapat meron siyang moisture na kasama. Tapos, we proceed with the measurement of the length and the cross section kasi kailangan natin sa formula. And kita nyo naman sa video, ilang beses siyang kumuha ng mga dimensions, bali 3 beses. Yung sa cross section is after breaking 3 beses, isa sa gitna, tapos 2 dun sa may malapit sa edge. Kasi kinukuha natin yung average ng 3 beses. And then ito, sa pag-question ng beam, ayan, yung makita nyo, critical yung pag-check ng mga gaps dito. Mapapansin nyo meron siyang fingerprints na
thickness over a length of 1 inch or more. Such gaps shall be eliminated by grinding or capping the surface.
Makita nyo yung importance ng magandang sample. Kaya usually yung overlook natin sa site, yung mga technicians natin hindi sila trained, basta kung ano lang pinagagawa nila, makabuo lang ng sample. Ewan ko lang sa Pilipinas kung ganyan pa rin yung practice kasi nag-work ako ng mga figures sa highway, kung sino-sino lang na mga worker ang gumagawa ng sample. ano nun, di naman natin sila masisisi, lalo yung mga contractor kasi nga, ewan ko kung ganun pa rin yung practice, ang excuse ko ang nagto-tolerate sa kanila, ginagawa na lang ng under the table ba, sila nang gagawa ng ng mga complications. Tapos yung mga sample na nakuha, hindi yun yung actual na representation ng actual value. Kaya mapapansin mo, after sometimes, yung roadway natin nag-ano na-erode na dahil hindi siya under strict quality assurance. So, yun, sa preparation pa lang ng sample, kailangan quality na siya para pagdating sa testing ay maiwasan na itong mga ito, grounding, grinding.
Of the specimen. Next, use a 4/1000 inch feeler gauge to determine if there are any gaps that exist.
Okay. So, i-close ko itong video na to. Punta tayo dun sa PDF ng standard ko para tapita yung yan. Ito po yung yung sa cylinder kanina, kailangan sa report i-identify mo kung anong klase ng fracture. Type 1, type 2, 3, ito yung 4, 5, at saka type 6. Ngayon kung wala siya dito, ang sabi ng standard, drawing mo yung fracture, yung mga lines ng fracture. So ito tayo type 1 to type 6. Typical fracture patterns. Doon naman sa natin sa plate fracture patterns. So ito yung setup ng natin na testing machine. Then usually ang universal testing machine nakaset siya as sa 450. So 150 sa middle third, tapos 150 tapos ito yung support. Tapos ito naman yung loads. So makikita niyo dito sa standards, hindi ko na po isa-isahin yung mga highlights. Since makakakuha naman kay lahat, medyo technical itong exam. So kung gusto nyo mag-quality technical manager after passing the field technician, diretso kayo dito sa strength. And then flat work, tapos quality technical manager. Dapat din mo na lahat ng mga nasa appropriate industry at saka mga quality. Yan. So, yun po yung dalawang standards natin, ang compressive strength at saka flexural strength. Yan yung end ng part 2, yung question natin after ng break. Plus po may 4 na question based dun sa video at saka based dun sa mga notes na nakakita nyo sa so after ng break natin, plus po yung 4 na question para makakuha ng flat work standards. Flat work technician standards. Okay, Ma'am Grace.
Break.
Take over.
We'll make a break first.
Yes, thank you so much po, Engineer Art. Yes, that concludes our part 2 of the presentation. So,
Break muna.
15 minutes pa rin po ba ang ating break, Sir Gilbert?
Pwede pong reduce natin ng 5, sorry, 10. Okay lang ba?
10 minutes na lang po para...
Okay, run away.
Okay na.
Yes, po, 10 minutes na lang po muna. Okay, we will have our 10-minute short break po. Silipin na.
Okay. toilets. Put the music. 10-minute break. What happened? What happened to the music? Okay. Break first. Toilet. Where's there's some music? Where's the other one? Okay. There's the other one. Where is it one? Where is it one? This, the other one is for that. We have to put the, where's this one? Never stop, because life never stop. teaching. Break. 2 minutes Opelio, times the house. Hi, Sir Opelio. May ano kami, sir? Seminar sa engineering. Bibisitahan kita uli. Katapos nito. Mayroong PM po ako sa inyo. Sana yun na yun. Opo, sir. Pareho ng ano. Pareho sa YT. Salamat po, sir. Pareho sa YT yung ano ko. Yung pangalan ko. Meron kaming online seminar, sir. Thank you, Sir Opelio. Naka-break kami. Ay, salamat. Don't worry, kasi ano lang, rene-record ko lang itong ano namin, webinar. Seminar sa engineering. Bibisitahan ko rin yung bahay ko. Wala, hindi pa ako nagla-live stream talaga ng totoo. Sayang kasi ito, di ba? Rene-record ko lang. Sayang yung 4 hours, 5 hours. Kung ilang tao nanood, at least merong ilang oras. Sir Opelio, salamat. Salamat naman eh. Isa ka sa mga tao nagsabi maganda. Sige na lang. Yes, kaya hindi ako makasagot-sagot ng ano. Naka-break lang kami ngayon. Salamat, sir, ha. Bibisit sa susunod pag ako'y mag-ilis. I-ano kita. Sure. Sa susunod, i-highlight rin kita sa ano ko. Sa LS ko. Kung magkaroon ako ng first grand LS. Salamat, Sir Opelio. Salamat po. Okay lang, hindi ko naman ine-expect yan. Pero, at least, salamat sa support. Inhinira kasi ako, sir. Salamat sa suporta mo kahapon, ha. Ang dami kong nakuha na isda. Nakapangisda. Lalaki rin yung bahay ko sa suporta mo. I'll be your big fan, sir. Mga 3 hours na kami nag-seminar. Sayang din yan, di ba, sir? Nandito ako sa Bahrain, sir. Sa Middle East. Okay lang yan. Nandito ako sa Middle East, sir.
Good afternoon,
Sa Bahrain.
everyone, and good evening from our
Tapos na ang break.
and to our participants in Philippines and Singapore. So yeah, we will continue our technical presentation, part 3, last part. Okay,
Balik
everyone,
na naman.
please come back.
Sir Bilio, I'll visit you.
Ano na lang,
So, again, our speaker.
mga 15 minutes na lang. Don't worry. May presentation pa ba na iba, guys, or wala na?
Wala na, yun na lang sir.
Ano na po, sir?
Wala na. Ako na lang.
It's all yours.
Sige, maaga tayo ngayon. Okay lang ba? May may nagbabantay.
Okay lang, Sir Art, no problem.
Si Ma'am Grace
Kasi itong
nagbabantay.
mga introductory videos natin sa non-destructive testing, because this is a new certification just early 2020, kaya wala pa yung standard, hindi pa dumarating. Kasi hard copy yung na-order ko pala, akala ko PDF hard copy pala. Nakalagay kasi yung printed copy, yun pala yung hard copy, hindi pala yun. Hindi ko na-click kasi yung PDF, pala ko na-click ko yun. So, ayan. So, bago natin panoorin yung introductory video, kailangan muna natin magsagot ng questions.
May question na naman.
So, may apat pa na makaka-receive ng platform.
Zero na naman ako, sir.
Ito na po yung question 5. Sorry. Okay, may sumagot na. So, yung C39 is the following statement true or false. This test method consists of applying compressive load to molded cylinders or pores at a rate which is within the prescribed range until failure of course. Ang sagot po ay, yun may nag-false pa. Ang tamang sagot ay true. So, ang nauna po ay, ayun, laging nananalo si Sarah. From plus 657959. Si Alay, Engineer Alay.
Oh, from
Papayahay si Sarah.
From
Sir, siguro lang na magka-quality technical manager ka, hindi kita bibigyan ng platform pa ka. Yan, si Engineer Alay. So, ayan, kumpletuhin mo na yung standards mo. Yun, try. Sabi niya, yes sir, try my best. Yan. Pupuntahan kita sa Singapore para mag-exam ka. Question number 6 po tayo. Ito na. Tayo, C39. The percent error for loads used in the testing machine should not exceed blank percent of the indicated load. Percent error. Ba, nakuhula na lang yata ang mga to
Wala naman yung sagot, sir.
Pag wala pang makasagot ng within 10 seconds, si Ma'am Grace ang bibigyan ko ng standard. Wala pa pong nakakuha, sige lang po, hula lang.
Wala lang, you have more time.
Okay, nakakuha na po. Pero hindi siya sakto eh. Ayan, si Engineer
Nino Bigno? Bahrain.
5719. 5719. Sagot po ay 1%. 1% indicated po.
Tama.
Acknowledge natin siya. Yan, Sir Nino, mag-quality technical manager ka. By the way, sa Pilipinas, dadalawa pa lang ang quality technical manager. Yun. Ako, hindi pa ako quality technical manager. Kasi iba yung linya ko. So, kung sino yung mag-exam, siya ang magiging pangatlo, pang-apat. Wow. Yun, plano daw ni Sir Nino ang quality technical manager. So, abangan namin yan. Question 7 po, ito na. Sa flexion test tayo. Ang daming lumalabas sa sagot. Kaya ba?
Baka may mga version.
Ito po. 973-6768.
9-7.
973-6768.
Yes, Bahrain.
Wala pong name.
Bahrain po yan.
Determine the average speed, depth, and line of fracture location of the specimen. You should take blank measurement across each dimension. Nakita ko sa chat box kanina, sinulat yata ni Sir Gilbert, dapat ang sagot nyo ay 3 measurement. 3 lang po ang 3 mm. Yung mga iba kasi naglagay ng 3 mm, 1/3 of the length, mga ganun yung sagot. 3 measurement po, 3 beses sa gitna, tapos 2 sa gilid. Tama ba, Sir Gilbert?
Tama pa.
So, yun, yung in-acknowledge natin kanina, wala pa yung pangalan. 973.
Ano yung last 4 digits, Sir Art?
Nakalimutan ko pa. Nalagyan ko naman ng ng knowledge. Pakisulat ko. Ayan si Emerito daw, Engineer Emerito.
Victoriano.
Si Sir. Last question po sa flexion bago tayo punta ng introduction ng NDD. Ito po. Flexion strength test, the final report should include both the average speed and depth to the nearest blank millimeter. Ma'am Grace, anong sagot mo? Ayun, 1 millimeter. Tama po si Ma'am Grace. Tama rin po si taga-Pilipinas yata to. Pangalan si Christian Beray po. Si Engineer Ryan Beray. Engineer Ryan Beray plus 634194. Siya po yung nanalo ng Blackboard
I
standard.
think from Philippines.
Ayun. Yung mga iba kasi yung nagsagot ng 0.1 millimeters. Mali po. Dapat 0.1 megapascal yung. Ang tinatanong kasi dito ay average speed and depth. So 1 millimeter. 0.1 naman kapag sa strength, mag-report na 0.1 megapascal. Yun. So, tapos na po tayo sa
Part 2.
Questions. Ito tayo sa introduction. Part 3 tayo, introduction ng non-destructive testing. Play natin.
Destructive.
Video ng to.
Velocity.
Yes.
An ACI Non-Destructive Testing Specialist 1, Concrete Strength, understands and utilizes specific industry tools and test methods associated with the evaluation of in-place strength of concrete. These methods are typically used as investigative tools as part of a condition survey of a structure or pavement, and can also be used to verify that project specifications are being met.
As a NDE practitioner myself, we're constantly going out on site and seeing other people practice in these in-strength assessments and not really knowing our limitations. So we really wanted to develop some level of consistency throughout the industry and make sure that everybody's going out there doing the same things and knowing the limitations of what they're testing.
The ASTM test methods required in this certification program are specified in ACI 228.1R, methods for estimating in-place concrete strength, and include ASTM C597, pulse velocity through concrete, ASTM C803, penetration resistance of hardened concrete, ASTM C805, rebound number of hardened concrete, ASTM C873, compressive strength of concrete cylinders cast in place, ASTM C900, pull-out strength of hardened concrete, and ASTM C1074, estimating concrete strength by maturity method.
I mean, for me, seeing people that maybe were unqualified or had just rented some equipment and had never actually used it before, and they're on a job and just things done maybe improperly or a lot of variation in how people do things. So
ACI utilized subject matter experts from the industry to develop the content of the program and the exams. Their experience and extensive knowledge in this area ensured a high-quality, industry-relevant program specific to NDT methods utilized with evaluation of in-place strength of concrete. This NDT specialist program includes a closed-book written exam and a performance exam on 4 of the 6 test methods listed. ASTM C1074, maturity method, and C873, cast-in-place cylindrical molds, are not required in the performance exam.
So for years I've been asked, what certification do you have? And there hasn't been any certification out there for concrete work, specific to non-destructive testing. So now that there's something in place, I have this ability to show certification to prove that I am an expert in my field.
This program encourages participants to bring their own equipment to the certification session. This eliminates any confusion or unfamiliarity with new equipment. In some locations, sponsoring groups may have the necessary equipment to execute the practical exam. Show your knowledge, demonstrate your skills, and become an ACI certified NDT specialist. Contact your sponsoring group or visit concrete.org/certification for more program information.
So, bago lang po itong certification na program ng and I'm afraid na wala pa sa Pilipinas. Kasi sa Pilipinas kasi is nasa fitness certification pa lang sila. Unlike here sa Saudi Arabia, kapag dumating yung standard ko na in order, pwede na kami magsimula na undestructive. So, itong NDT ay ginagamit sa cast in place or yung sa structure na mismo para ma-check yung yung strength niya. Then compare natin yung result ng sample. So, aside na hindi natin sisirain yung yung specimen, doon lang sa site mo gagawin, and yung mga equipment mo ay portable equipment. Gaya ng next standard na short video natin, ipapakita ko na to. Again, very short video rin ito para sa introduction lang ng ultrasonic pulse.
In this video, we will discuss the ultrasonic pulse velocity testing method and how it can help engineers in quality control of new construction, as well as the inspection of existing concrete structures. Ultrasonic pulse velocity is a common non-destructive test for evaluating integrity and quality of concrete materials and structures. The test has been widely accepted in testing concrete materials. It has also been standardized as the standard test method for pulse velocity through concrete. The test can be used for a variety of applications. Applications for engineers involved in the inspection and evaluation include assessing the quality variation of concrete, assessing the thickness variation, measurement of surface crack depth, and establishing the homogeneity of concrete. Most commercial UPV devices include a device for data acquisition, display, and interpretation, as well as a pair of transducers. The test is completed in just a few steps. A transmitting transducer sends a wave inside concrete, and the receiving transducer at distance L receives the pulse through the concrete at another point. The transit time of ultrasonic pulse is then measured by the apparatus. By knowing the distance L and the transit time T, one will be able to measure the pulse velocity in the concrete using the equation V equals L over T. So, in summary, the basic idea behind the pulse velocity method is that the velocity of a pulse depends on the quality of the concrete. In general, the higher the velocity, the higher the quality of concrete. Conversely, a low velocity often yields low quality concrete with the presence of anomalies and deficiencies. So as you can see, by using this test, you can use the velocity calculated in order to assess the quality of concrete. The most accurate configuration is the direct transmission, mainly because the maximum energy of pulse is transmitted and received. However, this configuration is mainly used to test lab samples or concrete cores and cannot be used in the field for elements with one-side access only. If two sides of the element is accessible, then a semi-direct transmission configuration can be used. This configuration can also be used to test lab samples and concrete cores. When the concrete surface you are testing has one side access only, then an indirect or surface configuration can be used. This means that both transmitting and receiving transducers are placed on one side of the element. This is the least desired configuration and is also known to be prone to errors. Certain parameters can affect the UPV test results, including aggregate size, the quality of test surface and transducer contacts, cement type, concrete age, and presence of reinforcement. Special care should be taken in order to minimize these impacts on test results. To learn more about F'(C) and the known impacts on test results.
So, mapapansin nyo dito sa, sa factors affecting test results, sa item na makikita nyo yung sa quality of the test. So, since itong test na ito ginagamit mismo sa actual structure, so dapat yung testing surface mo talaga ay very smooth. So again, itong UPV ay meron tayong tinatawag na direct transmission at saka indirect transmission. Kapag yung dalawang tawag natin ito.
Certain parameters can affect the elements with one-side access only. A low velocity often yields the quality of concrete. T, one will be able to measure the ultrasonic pulse. A transmitting transducer set.
Dalawang transducer na to, itong tawag natin dalawang transducer, direct transmission kapag directly opposite, kapag direct naman kapag nasa isang side sila. Halimbawa sa actual na building, walang access sa kabilang side, yung tawag natin ay direct transmission. So dun sa result, pag makuha natin yung velocity,
depends on the quality of the concrete. In general, the higher the velocity, the higher the quality of concrete. By using this test,
excellent is more than 4,500 meter per second. Yung sa makukuha mong value was healthy. Then, very good kapag less than 2,000 pulse velocity. So, ito yung direct transmission. One transducer here, another on the side. most accurate configuration siya. Mainly used to test lab samples and concrete cores. Kaya nung yung research ko na present ko sa Bahrain, gumamit ako ng ultrasonic pulse velocity para ma-check yung yung homogeneity ng concrete gamit ng iba't ibang fiber yung nakukuha sa mga basurahan. Cannot be used for elements with one-side access, direct access. Sa indirect, semi-direct naman kapag one side here and the other on the adjacent side, semi-direct. And then yung direct transmission, makikita nyo dalawang magkakabila. Both transmitting and receiving transmissions are placed on one side of the element. Ito usually ang nangyayari sa site kasi wala tayong access to sa kabila, direct transmission. Anyhow, yung result ay pareho pa rin. Set up lang natin yung ultrasonic pulse velocity device. So again, kung dumating yung mga standards namin saka yung request natin set ng exam, sino man mag-exam ng non-destructive testing, sila po yung mauuna sa Saudi Arabia or most probably siguro mauuna outside the United States. Kasi bago lang talaga to, so siguro pag outside sa US, Saudi Arabia chapter ang mauuna. So, yun po. Madali lang yung gamitin yung PPT device. It's friendly sa user friendly at saka portable. Tayo sa last na video, gamit ang rebound hammer. Itong rebound hammer usually mostly ginagamit din sa site. Aside sa madali lang talaga gamitin.
Rebound hammer.
Ko lang yung
Different velocity test, rebound hammer test.
Actually, ito yung ginagamit namin sa mga estudyante namin. Kung napansin nyo kanina dun sa cover natin, mga estudyante ko yun. Okay, pakita na natin ito. So, ito yung rebound hammer natin. O Smith's hammer ang tawag yan. So, lang siya, napaka-handy. Madaling matutunan kahit siguro kahit si Ma'am Chris pwede yung gamitin ko. Ibig sabihin na friendly siya.
In this video, we'll be covering a quick review of the rebound hammer testing method. Since its introduction in 1948, the rebound hammer has become extremely popular, mainly for its simplicity and ease of use. It is an inexpensive and quick method for non-destructive testing evaluation of concrete hardness. The main applications for the rebound hammer are to assess the in-place uniformity of concrete and to estimate the in-place strength of concrete if a correlation is developed. As listed, there are several standardizations that currently exist for the rebound hammer. In order to test, the plunger is pushed against the concrete perpendicular to the surface. As the hammer body is pushed towards the concrete, the force causes the latch to release and make an impact on the concrete. Essentially, the rebound of the spring-driven mass is measured after its impact.
Ito, may mababasa tayong rebound damper. So, tapos merong nakampaling table ng standard, malalaman kung ilang megapascal yung strength ng concrete. So, ang reading natin dito is rebound number ang tawag.
Concrete surfaces. The output of the rebound hammer is then referred to as the rebound number, and this is correlated with the surface hardness of concrete.
More than concrete, very good concrete quality.
A higher R number means higher concrete hardness. The rebound hammer can be placed in many configurations, including upwards, downwards, at any intermediate angle, and horizontal. Inspectors should pay attention to the following considerations prior to conducting a rebound hammer test. The testing surface should be at least 150 millimeters in diameter. The surface should also always be smooth before testing. If there is any free moisture or water on the concrete surface, it must be removed. And finally, it's important not to test on frozen concrete, and concrete should only be tested after it has thawed, since frozen concrete tends to have high rebound numbers. Although the rebound hammer provides a quick, inexpensive means of checking the uniformity of concrete, the results can also be affected by the following parameters. Smoothness of the test surface, size, shape, and rigidity of the specimens, age of test specimens, surface and internal moisture conditions of the concrete, type of coarse aggregate, type of cement, carbonation of the concrete surface, and type of mold. Although no theoretical correlation exists, certain relationships are applied to convert rebound values to strength values. The ACI 2281R and the EN 13791 have certain guidelines in order to evaluate compressive strength of concrete. According to the ACI 2281R, in order to establish a relationship between the rebound number and the concrete strength, inspectors should take a minimum of 2 replicate cores from 6 or more locations. According to the EN 13791, 1 core should be taken from 9 different locations. With recent advancement in sensor technology and development of wireless communication, a new generation of rebound hammers are commercially available. Recording and tracking job-specific details, including hammer angle and on-site verification of test results, was time-consuming and prone to errors. The new generation of hammers help engineers get around these issues. For example, new generation hammers apply real-time checks on the quality of data sets and do not need to be adjusted for the configuration of the hammer. To learn more about F'(C), EN 13791, 1 core compressive strength of concrete.
Ito yung yung kanina, yung mababasa mo kasi dun sa Smith's hammer or yung rebound hammer ay rebound number lang. So kapag mataas yung rebound number niya, let's say more than 40, sabihin very good quality. Ngayon, ACI 228.1R, meron corresponding rebound number sa kung ilang megapascal yung strength ng concrete. So, ayun, may dun sa standard na rebound hammer, merong accompanying table dun saan nandun yung rebound number equivalent dun sa, let's say, ilang megapascal yung approximate na strength ng in place concrete. So, ito, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 cores in total. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. As per ACI 228. Meron siyang nabanggit kanina dun sa factors. Tingnan natin dun sa surface. Ayan, smoothness of test surface, napakahalaga yun bago paggagamit ng rebound hammer. Yung moisture. Kapag may internal moisture kasi yung concrete, halimbawa hindi pa siya abot ng halimbawa sa 28 days, magmamarka siya, yung surface ng kapag so, ayun, pwede bang gamitin ang rebound hammer sa mga cylinder, pwede rin for research purposes naman. Gaya ng ginawa ko nung nag-present ako dyan sa Bahrain Society of Engineers, aside from using ultrasonic pulse velocity, ginamit ko rin itong rebound hammer at yun nga, hindi magkakalayo yung result. Basta yung yung internal moisture conditions dapat wala siyang moisture. Then of course yung type of mold, kasi dun sa research ko, bali 3 mold ang ginamit ko, isang tube, cylinder at sa cabin. para makita yung yung mga result comparison, yung strength ng concrete saka yung yung homogeneity niya ay hindi naman siya magkakaroon. So again, yung ultrasonic pulse velocity and rebound hammer are two non-destructive test methods that are available for inside or in-place concrete. Sa nauna kaninang mga apat na standards ay yung mga texture at saka compressive strength, yun naman po sa laboratory. So that ends our introduction for non-destructive testing. I hope na na-meet natin yung yung objective natin for today. Although dalawa lang yung na-present natin ng non-destructive testing, pero pinalitan naman natin ng apat na
destructive
standards sa destructive.
Okay.
So,
destructive.
Ayun. Kaya sa lang po, check lang natin yung
Okay.
Na-meet ba natin yung objectives natin? ASTM 617, yung sa capping 121, C39, sa cylinder, tapos ito yung beam, ito yung ultrasonic pulse velocity, saka yung yung mount hammer. So yung first four, ito yung destructive testing, isang certification po to, concrete strength testing. Tapos yung 5 and 6 plus 4 standards na hindi natin na mag-discuss. Ay yun nga, yung bagong certification ng destructive testing. So ito yung mga estudyante ko. Ito yung high school graduate lang itong mga to. Itong mga to. High school graduate na saan sila? Sa second year ng Civil Engineering Technology. So lahat ng mga na-discuss natin except yung ultrasonic pulse velocity napag-aaralan nila. So, ayun. Kung ayaw natin mapagdiwanan, tama po yung ginagawa natin kahit Friday kung sa Middle East may bakasyon sana, di ba? At least, nakikita natin yung interest nyo for updating your professional career. So, ito yun. Isang standards ang makukuha ng bawat participants ngayon. Ito yung concrete strength testing technician. So, pag dumating yung na-order ko, pwede kong i-share din sa inyo para lumis-lumisin na natin. Yung plant work lang talaga ang yung nanalong 8 kanina. Yun, sila yung makaka-receive ng plant work. At saka siyempre, papasa ko kay Sir Gilbert. Bahala na kayong manligaw kay Sir Gilbert kung get kayo. So, ayun.
Yes, thank you, Sir Art, for the technical presentation na ating Day 3 webinar or concrete non-destructive test. Yes. Do you have any questions po? Kung hindi po maingay ang ating question and answer chat box for today. Tahimik. Yes, if you have any questions po, you can type it in our Q&A chat box.
Okay. Q&A
Or
chat
if
box.
may questions po from panelists.
Sir, ako may question kung pwede. Yeah. Sir, kung magre-review halimbawa decidido mag-take ng test, dun sa mga videos na binigay ninyo, provided kaya yun? O kailangan bumili or...
Sir, pag yung mga gustong pag mag-take ng exam, pwede kong i-forward yung mga links ng mga available sa YouTube. Which is 100% the same pero ibang training provider. Okay lang po mga video. Actually yun yung ino-offer ko sa mga Pinoy kasi yung mga alam ko naman mga kababayan natin pagdating kasi sa professional growth, matipid po tayo, ang laging naririnig, pag-iisipan or pag-iipunan pa, usually, ang ino-offer ko na sa mga kababayan natin, especially here in Saudi Arabia, kasi nakikita ko yung rate ng pag-exit, lalo yung mga nasa concrete industry, gawa ng wala nga silang certification, ang naiiwan talaga yung mga ibang dahil. So, ang ginagawa ko, yun yung bayan ng ginagawa natin, yung training ini-skip na, at nagbibigay na lang ng mga training. Pinag-ipunan na lang talaga yung exam, kasi hindi ko naman hawak yung examination. Sa sa US mas yung examination. So, yun.
Kasi mahal di ba?
Yung?
Sa Pilipinas, mahal.
Opo, kasi kasama yun sa mandatory yung training yata sa kanila, 20 plus yata, at saka nakita nyo kanina dapat may sponsoring group. Kaya ang sponsoring group lang natin sa ACR Philippines at saka yung SMTC yata. Yun, so kaya limited lang yung chance para makapag-exam. Kaya nga ina-encourage ko yung mga nandito sa Saudi Arabia kasi ang examiner saka yung trainer, dalawang Pinoy lang all over Saudi Arabia kanila. Ako saka yung isang kasama ko. Yun. Ang nakikinabang yung kaya
paano po pala kami
Oo.
Hindi ng training.
Free training. Yun ang problema kasi. Halimbawa, dito sa Jeddah, ginawa na natin lahat-lahat, pero sa awa ng Diyos, walang nag-exam. Hopefully sa Bahrain, dito sa PICE EPSA, meron na ako siguro na-encourage sa kapipilit na mag-exam kasi sayang na talaga. Lalo yung mga nasa concrete industry sa Kapitas, yun talagang encourage ko na mag-exam kasi sayang. Lalo yung mga QC. Ang trend ngayon dito sa Saudi Arabia, lahat ng mga QC engineers, dapat may ACI certification ka. Kung wala, madedemote ka o isa ka sa candidate for NC. Kaya yung mga... Yes, sir? Kaya yung mga Pakistani sa mga Indian na willing maglabas ng pera, sila yung lagi namin
Sir, kasi meron yung sa standards na ACI, meron yung mga shade codes, tapos yung mga river detailing, pero under siya sa ACI. Paano yun? Kung may mga certification din ba yun?
Yun po yung susunod ng field testing technician. Sabi ko nung day 1, after passing a field testing technician, punta ka dun sa higher level, yun na yung sa structural detailing, structural concrete. Yun yung concrete inspector. So, yun, i-discuss natin sa day 4 kung ano yung mga coverage ng inspector para malaman mo kung ano talaga yung kailangan. Nandun lahat po. Bali 18 standards po kasama yung sinasabi. So, di-discuss natin yan sa day 4. Hopefully, ma-cover natin lahat. Pero yun nga lang, pinapauna ko, wala tayong mga videos sa day 4 kasi wala namang mga procedure. Most theoretical. Sandali lang, kunin ko lang po yung standards ko.
Kasi press, meron sa ACI yung mga shape codes tsaka ACI detailing manual.
Yan, ito po yung mga notes ko nung nag-exam ng concrete inspector. Kasi ang mahal ng training ng inspector, bali 7,500 riyals training. So, kinagaan ko 100 riyals training. So, kinagaan ko na lang na bumili ako ng standard tapos nag-self-study ako ng mga 8 months yata. So, yun, matagal din kasi maraming mga standards. Nandito lahat yung hot weathering, cold weathering, tapos yung sinasabi mong structural detailing. Andito na rin yung yung International Building Code at saka plan rating, may plan rating pa pala. So hopefully sa Saturday makukuha natin. So, yeah, parang ganito ka mga kadami.
Kakapal.
Yes, Sir Art, meron pong question dito sa chat box. Yes, from Engineer Rizal sa Isla. Sir, ano po ang pinakaiba ng rebound hammer na ginagamit sa piling sa video na pinanood natin?
Yung pag-check ng
The difference daw po ng rebound hammer na nakita sa video versus the rebound hammer na ginagamit sa piles.
I'm not familiar with the sa piles. Kung sa testing ng ng pile mismo, pareho lang sila
Let me answer din yung kay Sir Celso. Kasi po, yung evolution ng rebound hammer, meron kasi mga rebound hammer na kaiba sa ngayon, no? Yung pinakita sa video is more modernized na
Updated, yeah.
Yung ginagamit natin long before ng ganitong lalo na yung mga Schmidt hammer. Meron pa siyang box. Kung may strap siya dito, may talang box. Tapos nakakonect yung wire sa Schmidt hammer. So, yan po yung
mga wire na nakakabit doon sa rebars.
So, yan po yung ginagano sa pilote. Yun yung old na rebound hammer.
Okay.
Ngayon, modernized na yan. Meron na siyang digital. Yung pinakita kanina is meron compressive strength. Pero sa loob po ng rebound hammer ng modern ngayon, merong tatlong comparison curve na pwede nyo i-compare yung rebound number.
Okay.
Probably yung kung nakita nyo po siguro is posibleng merong backstrap, yung merong...
nakakapit na yung wire niya doon sa rebars.
Yun po yung old na rebound hammer. But still antiquated pero giving good results pa rin po yun. Meron ang MED na.
Okay, thank you. Sana pala na-enjoy ko yung rebound hammer sa classroom ko. Hopefully next week may pakita ko. Ganito lang siya, parang mineral water bottle. Tama yung sabi ni Sir Gilbert, merong curve. Depende sa sa position ng rebound hammer. Kanina pwedeng horizontal, downward, upward, tapos meron pang may angle. So, yun, kasama po sa standards yung depende sa angle at saka i-compare mo yung rebound number niya dun sa strength nila megapascal.
Yes, thank you, Pres Gilbert, for that information. Any questions pa po from our...
Tapos yun naman pong pulse velocity is equivalent to yung nakikita natin ngayon na modernized na ground penetrating radar. Yan. Ang kaiba lang nun, may dalawang terminal kasi yung pulse velocity. Pwedeng ganyan, ganon sa likod. Pwedeng right angle, parang ganon. Pero ang GPR ngayon, ground penetrating radar na both ginagamit sa ground for detecting pipes, ginagamit na rin natin ngayon sa mga building for detecting uniformity. Yung uniformity ng yung mga honeycomb na yan, yung mga cracks. So meron na tayong modernized ngayon. And dito, meron yata sa Lahutin na for buildings. So ang ginagawa nila, ini-scan nila yung buong building. Then, yung imprint noon is parang makikita mo na lahat ng cracks sa kanang uniformity. Na parang ganun din po siya yung pulse velocity na test. Yeah.
Yung mga ano pala, yung mga non-destructive testing equipment, ang magandang brand, kaya lang mga-raise yung Prosec. Ewan ko kung familiar kayo dyan sa Prosec brand.
Ito po kami, sir, na Prosec.
Okay naman yung ano. Siya yung main sponsor namin dito sa ACI Saudi Arabia, kaya yung promote ko na rin Prosec ko.
Gusto nyo, pwede natin siyang gawing pa-training dito sa atin next summer. Kasi doon kami pumili sa Prosec Middle East.
Ayan, yun. Siya ang main sponsor ng ACI Saudi Arabia. Kaya pwede kang mag-sponsor pala dyan para...
Sige po, kontakin ko si yung binilhan namin.
So, ayan, Sir Gilbert, yung ano natin, evaluation sa kayo. So, Ma'am Grace.
Yeah. Yes po, kung wala na po tayong mga questions for this day 3 webinar, we can have the poll.
Okay.
I think that's 3 minutes muna for the program evaluation.
Poll. Yeah, poll evaluation. First.
Ma'am Grace, baka makalimutan mamaya yung picture taking natin.
Ay, wait lang po. Closing remarks pala muna.
Oo, tsaka
Closing lang muna. O sige, saglit.
Sorry po.
Closing remarks, oo nga pala.
Closing remarks po muna from our PICE Bahrain Chapter President,
Closing.
Engineer Gilbert Fuentes.
Good evening and good afternoon po to everyone. And thank you, Engineer Grace. Again, I will reiterate yung ating position as engineer. Kasi hindi lang po tayo na-involved sa construction ng buildings, no? Like what we always do, we do donators, mga ganyan. So lagi tayong na-involved dun sa construction process. But ang palagi po natin tandaan na tayo is similar as doctors. Parang po tayong mga doktor. And ang pasyente po natin is yung ating mga building. And ito po yung ginagawang process ng doktor. Yung either na non-destructive at saka destructive. Pag sinabing non-destructive, either natitingnan nila yung blood pressure mo, titingnan nila yung iyong condition, yung history. So kasama po yan dun sa role natin as engineer. So palagi po nating tayo is capable of doing this type of work. And we need these tools and certification ng mga ganito to hear our ability, yung skills po natin and be certified po na kaya natin gawin yung mga ganito. Although engineers tayo, alam natin ito lahat. No? Pag sinabi naman na destructive test, yung doctors, ginagawa na nila yung blood extraction, di ba? Which is yung na-discuss kanina ni Sir Art, yung concrete or extraction, yung test ng core. So kasama po yan dun sa destructive test. And dito, lalo na dito sa Bahrain, lalo maliliit na country, our services as engineer, lalo na sa mga ganitong situation, assessment ng mga existing structures, are really necessary, lalo na halimbawa na buong Bahrain is nalagyan na natin ng building, di ang kasunod naman is yung pag-igiba. So halin nang i-assess natin, nag-igiba bukas, nag-igiba sa next day. So eto po, lahat-lahat is very important sa role natin as engineers and architects as part ng ating engineering practice. So yun lang po. Once again, thank you so much po sa lahat ng umattend. Thank you po lalong-lalo na sa ating speaker, sa ating board of directors for your support po. And sa ating immediate past president, Sir Jupert, nandito pa ba? Sir Eugene, Sir
Ayun, si Sir Gilbert. Ayan. Mga ating mga speakers from ng PIC, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And at this time of pandemic, your distancing is proportional to your level of care. Okay, yun lang po. Stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Miss Gilbert. Yes. Okay, so let's proceed na po for all program evaluation. Yes. Ano ba hindi po nag-out ang ating mga participants? You will have 3 minutes po for this program evaluation.
Agree, strongly disagree, disagree, strongly disagree. How many strongly disagree? Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So dun po sa gustong magbigay ng comment, you can email us and so we can further improve our services sa inyo pong lahat. And yung gusto pa po ng other topics na gusto nyo,
you can suggest.
Suggest and give us your feedback so we can arrange in the future po. And we can offer to everyone.
Next.
Tignan niyo yung chat box ha. Baka may mga hint doon.
Andoon daw nasabi.
Next po our speaker evaluation.
Nandun na daw siya sa may salonali. Hindi ako makaalis, may exam. Nandun na daw siya sa salonali. Hindi ako makaalis dahil sa anak.
Pero, punta na siya dito.
Nandito na sa may salonali dito. Sana lang. Tapos ikaw na yung exam. Hindi niya maanong daw.
Mabilis na po. Tapusin natin yung exam. Para ano?
Yes, 3 minutes lang po ulit to.
Kasi ako makatayo itong exam nito.
Sino yun?
Kung sakto pa naman din.
Narinig.
Sir JP.
Yes, sir, mabilis lang po ang exam natin.
Mabilis na lang, Sir JP.
Naririnig.
Mahirap yung mga tanong mo, Sir Gilbert, yan nakita ko.
Meron ba? Meron na pong hint sa
Nasa chat box po yung sagot.
5 lang naman ang kailangan nyo.
Magkodigo.
May isuyo po, pwedeng pa-video on para makita namin kayo.
Oo, picture.
Photo opportunity.
Ayan.
Photo op.
Nag-erase yung kamay ang may interest sa concrete certification. Ayun, 1, 2. Okay. Sir Gilbert, dapat ikaw mangunguna dyan. Ikaw ang pupuntahan ko dyan sa Bahrain.
Concrete inspector sa quality QTM.
Yun. Bali, pangatlo ka sa Pilipinas, sir, pag
Wow.
Mag-verify naman sa online eh.
Pwede pong magkasunod na yun. I-verify muna yung concrete field testing technician 1. Tapos,
yes, sir. After 2 weeks kasi malalaman mo na yung result. So, yun, pwede ka na mag-inspector exam.
So, after 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. After 2 weeks. Kailan ka mag-exam para masampulan natin sila sa mga members nyo?
Open na, Sir Art dito.
Open na ba?
Sir Patrick, tama, no? Yung causeway is open na, but hindi ko sure yung travel.
May testing yan no, pagdating dyan. Yun yung bali-balita dito.
Parang open pa lang po to exit. For exit purposes.
Alamin natin kasi si Amba will be joining us next week. Baka po mabigyan tayo ng update.
Ay, next week pala, sir, pwedeng part 1 lang ako.
Okay lang.
Introduce
short lang tayo next week.
Ha?
Short na lang tayo next week.
Bali part 1, introduce ko lang yung inspector, yung transportation at saka yung sa quality technical manager. Kasi yun yung pinaka-aim na dapat natin.
Ayun.
So yun.
What happened? Nangyari. Huh? Nangyari. What happened? Something is wrong. What happened? The connection. Oh my God. mahina ang connection. Technical consultation engineers. Pascal. Let's go. Zoom. Oh my God. No. Where's the connection? Zoom video communication. Prepare to join. Prepare to join.
Ang existing structures. Kaya gusto ko yung yung sa ngayon, yung lalo ngayon.
Sakto pala itong identification set.
Opo, pag na-open na yung 2020 sa NDT.
Kahit anong bagay sa kayong experience mo sa
Itong recent na DMPR ng ASEP na qualify ako as a member ng DMPR, I passed the examination. And kaya lang hindi sila nagano ng detailed investigations. And me and Engineer Nino both belong to Material Engineering Directorate po. Yeah, and Engineer Nino is nasa isa pong section siya, but still doing the consultancy services din po ng ministry. We are kumbaga parang technical support ng lahat ng Ministry of Works Directorate. Parang parang ITD, HR, cost directorate yan. So kami po
may mga camera na Grace na picturean mo na. Grace, may mga camera na. Picturean mo na sila.
Demand po ang quality control engineers dito sa Saudi Arabia. Baka gusto yung mga pa-exit. Mag-apply kayo sa Saudi.
Talaga, okay yun.
Preferred kasi nila yung mga Pinoy na QC. Kaya maraming nagpapahanap. Ang problema nga naman kasi wala silang hindi sila certified. Yun yung kaya naman mag-recommend ng number one kasi requirement nila. Yun, nakukuha ng mga ibang tao. Pero hindi man lang QC.
Yes po, pabukas na lang po ng mga videos.
Oh, yan, nakabukas sila lahat. Ano mo, Grace? Pause.
Oh, Hana. Bakas po yung artikulo na po
So again, thank you so much po sa inyo habang hindi pa nagkikilaot yung part 2. Thank you so much po sa lahat. And huwag po kayo magsasawa sa PICE Bahrain.
Gilbert?
Yep.
Apat yung nabilang ko na sa screen natin, apat nakita ko. Yung pangalawa, pangalawang screen, interested sa ACI certifications. Pares lang yung kamay. Ayan, may dito. Ayan. Sir, Gilbert, may 9 tayo dyan.
We can assist po yung lahat ng practical test. We can arrange sa dedicated laboratory Ministry of Works. We can request them to provide us, facilitate yung
Ang importante lang na ma-practical natin, Sir Gilbert, yung sa field testing technician. Yung the rest na certification, pwede ko na i-administer orally. So,
means ready mix po ang kailangan, Sir Art, no?
Pwede po kahit moist sand lang. Pwede ko lang moist sand yung gagamitin as sample sa field testing.
Kasi
yung mga gamit na lang yung ipoprovide.
Kasi po, madali yun yung pwedeng sa pwedeng sa mismong ready mix na tayo
Ang maganda sa
ready mix.
Tapos yung sa pang-quality technical manager, pwede ko lang i-administer orally na yung mga practical part. So, yun, si Sir Gilbert na isang mag-quality technical manager, hopefully mayroon madagdagan pa para
umuwi,
Ako rin yun yung yung objectives ko. Bago ako makauwi dapat sa Pilipinas, obtain ko na yung mga kailangan certification.
Hirap po kasi sa Pilipinas.
Art, may age, ba yan? Minimum age requirement?
Wala, experience lang, work experience, lang.
Ilang taon?
Ilan po yung minimum work experience kailangan?
3 years siya. 3 years field experience.
Ano ba kami kagad pag sa'yo?
Palakas.
Sabi ko 80% ba?
Sabi natin 80%.
Yes.
Ang binigay ko sa 70% ang kailangan ng ACI, ayun 80% na yung ginawa natin. Preparation, konti na lang para ma 100%. Sa inyo na yung 20%. Yeah.
Mag-aral.
Po ito 10 minutes na lang ha.
Yes po yung second
Mag-aral ka raw, Jack.
Tapos na siya, hindi na nagalaw yung bar. Tama po yung pulse velocity. Pulse velocity, this is true. Neoprene pads, this is 10 millimeter po. Method to estimate concrete ribbon hammer test. True po yan, 10 readings per area, 25 millimeter apart, and perpendicularity is true. Nakikita po ba ng lahat yung
Yes.
Part 2.
That's
Confession.
Yan, mga ganyan yung tanungan sa ACI ay yung except. Yan. Mahirap sagutin. Nagkakamali tayo minsan dyan sa
pala yung cubicles ng next week, no? Kasi ang haba nung nila, no? Hindi ko akalain na ganun kahaba yun
Presentation niya.
Pero mukhang sakto lang naman din, sir. Kasi mga 5 p.m. pa lang naman pala,
Oo, ang target natin is only 6.
Next week, I've been requesting yung yung sa Engineer Michael tungkol. Sir Patrick, anong yan? si Engineer Michael tungkol ang nire-request ko sa next week na insert. Yung sa asset natin, pangalan Midas. Yan. Midas. Jhane. Yan. Ang hinihingi na lang ni Sir Mike is yung formal email from me saka yung schedule. So most likely next week ang natin is Midas naman. Midas Jhane. Para ma-offer naman. Parang wala tayo dito kasing Midas, no?
Wala ata eh. Pero nung nakapag-inquire kasi ako dati kung sino ang distributor dito, ako parang based ata sa Dubai.
Opo. Pero si Sir Michael is willing to present sa dito sa ano po natin. Then we have
Karamihan sa mga asset POD, sa Pilipinas, Midas sila eh. Sila sa
sana kahit pa paano, kung sakali, kaya ganun Sir Mike, matuto tayo, pag-uwi natin, meron tayong Midas dyan na experience. Diba?
Si Sir William, nangupya daw siya,
Pwedeng magpa-training si Midas, bakit hindi, di ba? Natin, basic course lang.
Basic lang naman.
Ay, mid-year pa kayo sa June? Mid-year?
Na-cancel po yung ating mid-year eh. It's supposed to be June. June naman ng mid-year convention natin. Kaya lang po na-cancel eh. Gawa ng, yun nga, wala pa, And at that time, wala pa rin ng PRC, wala pa rin ng, So, lately na lang, nung mag-open ng MECQ sa Pilipinas, nagkaroon na ng remote ng PRC. So, nakapag-apply na tayo nito. Ang hirap talaga nung mga nakaraang yung first quarter po natin tawag dito, assembly, na-cancel din sana pero nakaano na yon. Meron ng meron na siyang accreditation number from PRC. Kaya lang na-cancel. That was April 3 sana. And yun sana yung isasabay namin sa ASEAN na permit. Kaya lang, di ba, nagkaroon ng COVID-19. Then, sumunod doon is yung mid-year technical convention natin, which is hindi rin nag-materialize dahil ganun pa rin yung situation. So, hopefully, by September, ang naririnig ko, mag-o-open na ang hotels and restaurants siya, but limited to 50%. And meron pa rin yatang social distancing. So, mapakahirap pa rin mag-carry out ng assembly, but hopefully we can manage na matuloy yung ating annual assembly, which is nasa bylaws po ng PICE. And dun po yung yung nomination nyo, huwag niyo pong kakalimutan. And some of my PODs are really mamili na lang po kayo, but they're most qualified to run as president.
Question po, di ba mag-extend pa kayo? Extend pa natin.
May request sa inyo.
Thank you so much po sa inyo.
May mga thank you tayo. Yun po sa yung program.
Alin po?
Natin, sir. Yung thank you po for
sige po.
strong force.
Okay. Sige po. Pero next week na siguro.
Next week na po natin ito pasalamatan. Wala sila dito.
Si Sir Ronnie maging presidente.
Si Sir Ronnie.
The nomination form.
Vice President.
Pagpili na lang po kayo sa existing POD.
Vice President si
PICE Bahrain.
Vice President.
Kami dyan. Me and Engineer Schubert will be talaga full support kami sa inyo.
Vice
Okay,
President.
thank you so much. Sandali, hindi ko na-share yung result.
Chemical test results.
Chemical test po yung tama. L/3 is correct. Average to take 3 is correct, sir. No?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not sure. 3. Tama. The final report include po average 1 millimeter. Tama po. This is true. Tama. Okay. Thank you so much po.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night. Stay healthy and safe.
Or si Sir Patrick na lang palang presidente, Sir Patrick.
Hindi ka pa rin.
Vice President, si Sir Vice President. Si Sir Ronnie. Si Sir Ronnie.
Hindi ko pero pwede naman pwede kayo, nasa inyo pa rin. And vote for outside the BOT.
Ako, out na ako. Tatlo na ako.
Give chance to the others.
The problem, where are the others?
Sila si Ma'am Grace, nandiyan.
Ayun, si Grace. But,
Sir Saki.
pwede si Sir Jack, Vice President.
Si Sir Omar.
Yan ako na high blood sa pagka-BOD ng 3 years na yan.
Na 3 years ka rin, Sir Art. Natagal.
Walang gusto, ibang may gusto kung sino yung mga existing, yun na rin yung mga hanggang sa
trusted na nila.
Kaya nag-muna ako.
Si Sir Lioma, babalik.
Uy, si Sir Lioma. Oo nga pala, yung mga nawala, di balik na naman sila. Ganun lang, rotation.
So, 1 year ulit, next time lang. 1 year leave.
Pahinga muna kami. Sir Liomar, salamat. Asan si Sir Liomar? Nandiyan si Sir Liomar, Baruile.
Ako naman, magtatago ayaw pakita mo ka.
Nakita ko.
Thank you.
Sir Liomar, ayaw magpakita. Balik ka na, Sir Liomar, as treasurer.
Support na lang ako, ma'am. Thank you.
Anong support? Support sa SBOD?
Financial support.
Ayun. Anyway, salamat.
Yes, thank you po.
Thank you po sa inyong
So,
lahat.
ipapalash ba natin ngayon yung mga PICE Bahrain would like to take the following?
Stay safe. God bless everyone.
Next last day na lang. Pag after nung second na, o kung magkakaroon pa tayo ng second, parang may
second break po. Sige po.
Nandiyan pala si Sir Rodel, pwede tumakbo.
Ayun, si Sir. Hi, Sir Jobert. Ang cute ng bata. Si Sir Jobert, meron siyang mini-me. May mini-me siya,
It's my little Jackie Chan.
Mini-me. Mini-me Jobert.
Engineer, thank you po.
Yes, thank you so much po for everyone that's participating. To our speaker, Engineer Art Talon, for our panelists, moderator, and monitors, and to all participants from Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Philippines, and Singapore. See you po next week for our day 4, final day ng ating webinar training.
Ingat kayo lahat. Bye-bye.
Bye. Buti hindi nagluko yung internet natin.
Oo nga. Okay. Ako na.
Bye-bye po. Stay safe. Yung Huwebes, ang hirap mag-email
Oo nga. Pagka-15 yata, ganun talaga.
Bayaran na.
Ma'am Grace, ha?
Quincenas katapusan.
Vice President.
Oo, si Grace. Si Grace, pwede yan sa Vice.
CP1 si Sir Saki.
Kasi pahinga na muna kami, Grace. Nakatatlong taon na kami, ha?
Ma'am magbaba lang ako, yung mga ganitong posisyon na lang ulit sa akin. Baba lang.
Ay, walang mangyari sa baba lang.
God bless po.
Ingat kayo.
Pwede mag-POD?
Ha?
Po yan, sasakit dito.
Si Ma'am Ana na.
Ayan o. Ay, wag.
Yun nga, yung sila. Kami, magpahinga muna kami. Katatatlo na kami.
Sana ma-arrange natin yung first quarter ng ng 2021, magkaroon sila ng program.
Tama, oo. Para maibigay natin sa kanila.
Si Sir Pat.
Sir, pwede na.
Yan,
Pagbalik nyo. Yung program para sa 2020 or by...
Di ba Sir Pat, ikaw ngayon ang magpa-president?
Sino?
Sir Patrick na.
Sino yun?
Sir Pat.
Sir Pat, pwede ka na maging president.
Mahirap yan. Delikado yan.
Hindi oh.
Miss Gilbert, ay mag-extend.
Sir Ronald. Ngiti na ngiti na nahimik. I got your president.
Si Sir Ronnie oh. Lagay niyo dyan
Hindi na
presidente.
nominate si Baby Jackie Chan.
Pero support ako sa 2021.
Ako din, kahit wala ako sa BO dito, support ako.
Daming problema ngayon, lalo na sa membership.
Ma'am Gina, wala pa ako nagtitikmang pagkain niyo.
Inshallah. Ay, paano naman kasi nasa pandemic tayo eh.
Oo nga.
Pag maging okay na, inshallah.
Ma'am Gina, ano yung natin? Yung ating tawag dito, anong plan yun ni Sir William sa Sharitan natin?
O ano nga palang gagawin natin? Sir Jack, mag-isip ka Sir Jack at gagawin natin. Mayroon naman ako sa charity ba yan?
Yes.
Oo, kasi may pera naman tayo.
Oo, meron pang isang company, yung pala hindi na-receive yung email ko, and hopefully yung isa pang company is makapagbigay pa rin sa akin. And
wow.
Sir, magkano ba yung budget na bibigay niyo sa amin?
Meron akong 300.
Kung 300 na yun, meron akong ibibigay, meron ako siya kung may ginawa dito eh.
Yun, sige po, go ahead, support po kami.
Support po kami, Sir Jack, kung ano yung ano. Sige, tutulungan ka namin.
Then, kung 300, nasa chat box sinad ko, doon sa ibigay natin, sakto yung 300, meron tayo 136 na pamimigay sa kanila.
Nabibigyan?
Sino ang target natin? Lahat ba ng OFW? I mean OFW or members ng PICE?
Yung sigurong mga ano, yung parang yung nawalan ng trabaho, tapos...
Okay.
Ayun po,
tayo doon. Kasi, kung PICE member or yung nangailangan ng mga tao talaga.
Hindi yung mga walang trabaho, yung bang kababalik lang sa trabaho at wala silang maano ba? Talo na yung
8,000 na displays 8,000 na Pilipino.
Oh my God. Too much.
Ngayon, may chinek ako na mga bigas sa merong 5 kg na 1.3 something lang.
Maraming ang offer eh. Maraming mga Sir Jack.
Maraming siyang offer eh. So, dito sa Orozco, isend ko sa chat box.
Canned goods. Noodles.
Ha? Ma'am, magpapag ka ma'am?
Ha?
Sige, okay lang. Magbabalot tayo.
Naisip ko kasi.
Ay, hindi na ba magbalot?
Tingnan yung chat box natin.
Para saktong rice.
Yeah, meron pancit canton, saka meron isang 5 kg na bigas. Pwede na yung combination ng dalawa eh.
Oo, pwede.
Saka 5 kg na bigas. Kaya kung makikita mo sa chat box natin, yung calculations mo doon, yung rice na yun, 136 na packs. Rice and bibigay natin.
Magkano
So,
abot?
380 na kwan. Budget. Yung pinaka-minimum na yan ha, pinaka-mababa na yan. Pero kung magdadagdag pa tayo ng face mask,
Oo, face mask.
oo, kasi kailangan eh. So merong, dinagdagan ko siya ng 90 piraso.
Pero sir, yung face mask, karamihan naman may nabibili na washable. Karamihan meron na.
Oo nga pala, face mask.
May mga washable na. Yun na lang, ano na lang, ipagkain na lang. Karamihan naman may face mask.
Okay.
So, any.
Yeah.
Importante, makapagtulong tayo, kahit paano.
Oo nga, kahit at least mayroon tayong ano ba this year na meron tayong charitable work.
So yun, kung mas
Ano ang budget natin? Yung 300 na nasa kamay ko o yung pati kasi meron ako ditong sa participant 25 may nagbigay sa akin. Yung participant ngayon dito.
Ako yung sa akin, ko, bigay ko rin.
Meron ako may nagbigay sa akin na 25 para sa yung nag-participate dito.
300 na lang muna, yung sa SF ng GC, sa Strong Force.
Okay.
Yan na po naman. Ang kulat natin, bigas na ibigay na sa kanila na 5 kg para di na tayo
pwede. Meron pa nga 3 kg na bigas eh. 3 kg ba yun?
Saka magandang packaging na po yun pag binigay sa kanila yung full na 5 kg.
Tama. Sa bagay, ganyan na lang. Kahit isa lang.
1 point something lang. Sir Zach, saan to?
Nesto, ayan nakasulat na yan.
Nesto.
Saan ba yan, Sir Jack? Sa Al-Ansar ba yan?
Sa Nesto.
Nesto, sa Good Idea yan.
Yung pancit canton nila, 1.59. 20 na yan. So, dalawang pack na ticket.
Basta, i-budget na lang muna natin yung 300. Yun ba yun?
Opo, kung i-budget ko yung natin yung 300, nandiyan naman nakalagay eh. Yung first box. So, yung rice at noodles na 136 na packs lahat yan. So, 136 na tao magbibigyan natin.
So anyway, anuhin natin yan. Saan nga ba yung mura na bigas? Al-Ansar ba yun?
Nesto daw po.
Nesto. Good idea, ma'am.
Sa Nesto? Sa Nesto? Hindi ko narinig yung Nesto eh.
Nasa chatbox kasi natin.
Alam ko nasa malapit sa Kabayan. Ano ba yun? Ano ba yung restaurant na yun?
Maraming Nesto kung saan.
Ano ba yun?
Nesto nandun sa Libya yun.
Oo nga, yung nandun dyan sa yung may pagkakainan na ano ba yung kawayan? Kainan ba yun?
Ganito na lang, ang Tina, habang dapat makabili na tayo ng bigas, baka maubusan eh.
Oo nga, andito naman yung pera sa akin, muntik ko na natapon yung cheque eh. Nakalimutan ko eh.
Okay lang, ma'am, may 300 ka naman.
Na-encash mo na po ba, ma'am?
Oo, na-encash ko na. Muntik ko na nga nakalimutan.
Pag sakali kung bukas, papadala ko ng Nesto.
O sige, anuhin mo ako at i-inbox mo na lang ako.
Okay, sige po.
Gusto mo kukunin ang pera o magkita tayo sa isang lugar, ibigay ko sa iyo yung pera para mag-ano.
Hindi mo kailangan bibili sa isang lugar.
Kahit sa lugar na may available.
Kahit saan, basta mura.
Kaya nga, anyway, mag-inbox ka lang sa akin, Sir Jack, at ako rin mag-ano rin ako.
Kaya lang sarado ang embassy, no?
Ha?
Bukas na bang embassy, no?
Bukas. Anyway. O sige, gawin na natin yung charity siguro bago ka alis, Sir Delbert?
Opo, kahit
Hindi alis si Sir Delbert na-extend yan. Extend natin yung
extend ako.
Ibabalik lang siya 1 month.
Babalik naman yan eh. Babalik naman siya.
Bakasyon lang.
Bakasyon lang, Sir Zach.
Ma'am Gina, ang pump kasi, kung halimbawa ang pan natin na 300 PT, kaya siguro kalapit nila muna or may bigay po tayo within this week. At least may dalawang itong first week na ito makabigay tayo ng kalahati, and then the next week ulit is may bigay yung kalahati. So halimbawa 100 yung target, so makapamigay tayo ditong week na to na 50 and then 50 ulit sa next week. So okay po yan.
O sige. Baka mas makamura pa tayo kung isa.
Tawagan kita, Ma'am Gina, bukas ha?
Sige. Sige. Basta nandito naman yung pera sa akin. Okay, guys. Bye.
Contact nyo lang pagka bibigay kayo.
Oh, sure. Tayo lahat, POD.
Ako sa pamimigay.
Ang mga PODs.
Wala pa tayong, sinong bibigyan? Wala pa tayong list ng mga bibigyan.
Oo nga, mag-ano ka muna, Sir Jack. Sinong bibigyan natin? What is that?
Magpo-post tayo sa Facebook. Nakalis ko natin.
Huwag, baka maglista lahat. At sa bagay, oo, pwede.
Halimbawa, nakalista sila, check natin yung location nila. Sa halimbawa, ikaw, Ma'am Gina, taga-Buhara. So, ikaw mamimigay yung sa mga taga-Buhara.
Pwede. Kung sinong may area na ganun, bibigyan natin.
Oo. So,
Kasi check kung nawalan ba talaga ng trabaho or baka hindi naman.
Oo nga, i-check mo kung sino nanyan, i-check nyo rin kung sino mga prospects ba ninyo, mga ninyo. Pwede ilagay. Yung talagang kababalik lang ng trabaho or nawala ng trabaho. Karamihan yung nagtrabaho sa restaurant, wala eh. Mga hotel and restaurant.
Meron kayong mga kakilala, isama nyo.
Ilista nyo na lang from now para i-accumulate natin.
Send nyo na lang po sa amin yung listahan yung recommended nyo na pwedeng bigyan natin. Ako pa talaga. Kailangan ng noodles saka 5 kg na bigas. Ako!
Sige, magano ako, Sir Jack, magtingin-tingin rin ako. Kasi lumalabas ako kung saan-saan eh.
Wow, kung saan ka lumalabas. Ikaw ba pumapasok? Saan?
I'm the queen of my time, you know.
Pumapasok saan?
Ay!
Malayo yung site.
Malayo naman yung meaning mo, Sir Jack.
Magkano yung manhunt natin na outside ng 300?
Yung sa membership, yung dito para yung sa webinar na nagbigay. May 25, tapos meron sa akin, so 35. Sino pang nakalista doon na magbigay? So 35. 35.
Tinatanong ko, birthday niya sa 29.
Sinong birthday? Kanino?
Day after nung 20, nung last natin.
Sinong birthday?
Sino may birthday? Si Sir Art.
Wow!
Di pala ni Sir Art, dapat bigyan natin ng gift.
Baka pwede nating bigyan. Baka pwede i-consider na makapag
yung sa natin dito, yung proceeds natin dito sa
bigyan natin ng souvenir or
yung nagbigay dito ng nagbigay dito sa natin, kunin natin doon. Yung natin pwede bigay.
Wala. Nag-live natin siya.
Kaya lang, paano natin ibibigay naman sa kanya?
Na lang, sir. Saudi naman siya, di ba? Sa Saudi? Saudi naman siya, di ba?
Through Korea.
Pwede naman career or post office? LBC?
Kasi yung sister ko, nasa ABA, sa amin, padala sa amin. Korea.
Or pwede, kasi meron na akong kamag-anak na pupunta-punta sa Saudi, pwede natin padala.
Mas maganda yun. Mas maganda yun.
Kamag-anak ng asawa ko pupunta.
Bigyan siya ng konting gift naman.
Nagbigyan natin
mag-suggest na lang kayo anong bibili natin, ha?
Meron ka na dyan 25. Merong
35 na kasi meron sa akin 10. May 25 plus sa akin 10, so 35 na. Sino pa ba yung nakalista doon na magbigay? Sino ba yung mga yun?
Oo nga, no? Sisingilin natin sila, no?
Oo, yung nagkakalista doon, may lista kayo, di ba? Yun, i-remind natin yun.
Pwede naman nilang bawasan kung ano sila.
Hindi, pwede natin i-announce sa hindi natin na-announce na yung nung ng charity, kung pwede, ganito, ganyan.
Birthday niya ng August 29.
Wow. Ngayon, August 29?
Sa Friday. I-greet natin ng advance sa Friday.
Tamang-tama. Sige, mag-isip tayo kung anong gawin. Wow, cake. Anyway, sige, Sir Jack or whoever.
Thank you so much.
Thank you sa inyo. Sir Jack, ano mo lang. I miss you too. Ingat. Ingat kayo.
William, pogi ka.
Malinis siya, malinis.
Pakinis.
Meron na pala ang charity. Hindi,
Yung
bibigay yan.
may announcement ba kung pumayag sila online? Virtual. Sa PTC, at permanent.
Ano yun?
Congratulations.
Wala pa. Kasi ang ibang place, ang tagal na malaman.
Hindi pa tapos.
Pati yung request namin, kasama kami. Yan, si Sir Ronnie. Ako, si Sir Jupiter. Wala pa.
Ano yun?
Wala pa.
Request nyo na.
Brian nga, nakauli na lahat eh.
Request nyo
Pero
na.
request ko na yan sa website. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa. Binigay ko yung ating, diba? Pinilaot natin. Pinadala ko na kay Ma'am Grace. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa.
Natatawa ako. Akala ko sirado na yung ko. Open pa pala. Hey, meron akong cake.
Monday na yung Monday. So, isa pang meeting natin. Short meeting lang mali.
Pero akong cake.
Bye-bye.
Sir Jobert! Sir Jobert!
Hindi ako naka-attend.
Pero yung session mo, July 20, ito may bayad daw ata ito ngayon yung bukas sa meeting. Kasi yung July 20, libre yun. Pero yung sumunod, yung bukas ata,
Si Sir Jobert. Mas bumata si Sir Jobert Si Sir Jobert bumata, naka-quarantine. Getting younger si Sir Jobert
Wala na siyang problema sa PICE.
Oo nga, na dati problematic. Yung istorya ni Sir Jobert naalala ko.
Sige.
Ingat na kayo. Maabot na tayo ng 5 hours sa kagpuntuhan. Bye. Oo nga, maabot tayo ng 5 oras. Ingat. Oh my. Sure having. Is it not finished yet? Sorry guys, kasi nagkaroon kami ng webinar, seminar online kasi sa Civil Engineering. Kaya pasensya na kayo, hindi ko kayo na hindi ko kayo na entertain kasi nga alam niyo naman seminar online. Sa susunod na lang na LS guys, and see you kasi magli5 oras yung namin eh. 5 oras yung nga ba yun? Seminar namin. Tapos Ano ang pangalan niyan? Sinong nag-ano? Sino bang nag-ano sa akin? Wala naman. Jhane. Okay. Okay. Wait. Maybe sa others. Saan na ba yun? Where is those? Wow, sweet. Sweet. Pusing ko na dyan. Still.
Yes, thank you so much po for everyone that's participating. Our speaker, engineer, from our panelists, monitors, and participants from Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Philippines, and Singapore. See you all next week for our Before by now, may ating webinar training.
Cuticle Aisha. Copy the 5-hour seminar. Anyway guys, sa susunod na lang. Yes. Kasi seminar